This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't believe I'm typing this out. My hands are shaking just thinking about it, but I need to tell someone. I've been carrying this around for weeks now, and I can't sleep without seeing those faces in the darkness. It happened last month when I was driving home from my late shift at the hospital. I work as a nurse at Mercy General, and I had just finished a brutal 12-hour shift that had stretched to 14. It was around 2 in the morning, and I was exhausted. The kind of bone-tired where your eyes burn and your thoughts get fuzzy around the edges. I usually take the highway home, but there was construction that night. The detour signs pointed toward Route 6666, and I remember thinking how weird that number was. 4 sixes. I'm not superstitious, but something about it made me uneasy. Still, it was late, I was tired, and I just wanted to get home. Route 6666 cuts through the Shadow Vale Forest, this dense stretch of woods outside of town that most locals avoid after dark. There are all these stories about it being haunted, but I always dismissed them as small-town gossip. That night changed everything. The fog rolled in about 5 minutes after I turned onto the route. It wasn't normal fog. It was thick and seemed to move with purpose, swirling around my headlights and making it nearly impossible to see more than 10 feet ahead. The radio started cutting in and out, playing snippets of static between songs until it finally went dead completely. I remember checking my phone to see if I could pull up my GPS, but there was no signal, not even a single bar. The clock on my dashboard read 2:23, and I figured I'd be home in 20 minutes if I kept a steady pace. Then I saw her. She was standing among the trees on the side of the road, barely visible through the fog. A woman in a white dress that looked worn and tattered at the edges. She wasn't moving, just standing there, staring at my car as I approached. I almost didn't stop. My gut was screaming at me to keep driving, but my medical training kicked in. What if she was hurt? What if she needed help? I pulled over, rolling down my window just a crack. "Are you okay?" I called out. "Do you need help?" She didn't answer at first, just stared at me with these empty eyes. They weren't scary exactly, just vacant, like she wasn't fully there. Then she stepped forward, moving stiffly, like someone who hadn't walked in a long time. "I need to get home," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Can you take me? It's just past the old mill." The old mill. I'd heard about it in those local ghost stories. Some accident happened there years ago, a fire that killed several workers. People claimed it was haunted, that you could still hear screams coming from inside if you got close enough at night. I should have driven away right then, but she looked so lost, and it was freezing outside. What kind of person would I be if I left her there? "Get in," I said, unlocking the doors. "I can drop you somewhere safe." She slid into the passenger seat, moving awkwardly, like her joints weren't working properly. Up close, I could see her face better. She was young, maybe mid-20s, with long dark hair that hung limply around her shoulders. Her skin was so pale it was almost translucent. "I'm Rachel," I said, trying to break the tension. "Evelyn," she replied, not looking at me. "Thank you for stopping." The car felt instantly colder with her inside. I cranked up the heat, but it didn't seem to help. The vents were blowing warm air, but it was like it couldn't penetrate the chill that had settled in the car. "Where exactly do you live?" I asked, pulling back onto the road. "Just past the mill," she repeated. "Take the left fork when the road splits." I didn't remember there being a fork on this route. but I figured she knew better than I did. As we drove deeper into the forest, the road seemed to narrow. The trees grew closer to the edges, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. I swear they weren't like that before. That's when I first heard the whispers. At first, I thought it was just the wind, or maybe the tires on the gravel. But then I realized they sounded like voices just at the edge of hearing. Multiple voices overlapping, saying things I couldn't quite make out. "Do you hear that?" I asked Evelyn. She just stared straight ahead. "They're always talking," she said, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. My stomach turned to ice. "Who's always talking?" She didn't answer. We reached the fork she mentioned, and I hesitated before taking the left turn. This road was barely more than a dirt path, and I didn't remember it being on any map. My headlights cut through the darkness, revealing more trees, more fog, and in the distance, the outline of what had to be the mill. It was a massive, decrepit structure, all broken windows and crumbling walls. Even from a distance, I could tell it had been abandoned for decades. Parts of it were blackened, like it had survived a fire, but just barely. "I don't think anyone lives out here," I said, slowing the car. "Maybe I should take you to the police station in town." "No," Evelyn said sharply, turning to face me for the first time. "I need to go home. It's just past the mill. Please." The desperation in her voice made me pause. But something was very wrong here. The whispers had grown louder, and now I could almost make out words. They sounded pained, urgent. "I'm sorry," I said, stopping the car about 100 yards from the mill. "I can't go any further. This doesn't feel right." Evelyn stared at me, and for a second I swear her eyes looked different, darker, deeper, like wells that went on forever. "You have to take me home," she said, her voice changing, taking on a hollow quality that made the hairs on my arms stand up. That's when we heard it, a loud crash from inside the mill, like something heavy had fallen. I jerked my head toward the sound and saw movement behind the building, shadows darting between the trees. "What was that?" I whispered, my hand moving to the gear shift, ready to reverse. "They know we're here," Evelyn said, and there was a hint of something in her voice. Satisfaction? Relief? They've been waiting for so long. I jammed the car into reverse, but when I hit the gas, the engine sputtered and died. The headlights flickered and went out, plunging us into darkness. I tried the key again and again, but nothing happened. Not even a click. "They don't want you to leave," Evelyn said softly. "None of us can leave." My breath was coming in short gasps now. "What do you mean? Who are they?" "The souls," she whispered. "Trapped here. Like me." The whispers outside had grown so loud they were almost deafening, a cacophony of voices all talking at once. And now I could see them, pale, gaunt figures emerging from the trees surrounding the car. Their eyes were hollow, their mouths open in silent screams. "Oh God," I choked out, fumbling for my phone. Still no signal. "What do they want?" "Company," Evelyn said simply. "It gets lonely here." I tried the door, but it wouldn't budge. The lock was down, but when I tried to pull it up, it felt like it was stuck, or like something was holding it down from the outside. The figures were closing in now, their hands, bone-white and skeletal, reaching for the car. They moved with that same stiff, unnatural gait that Evelyn had when I first saw her. In a moment of clarity through my panic, I looked at Evelyn. Really looked at her. Her dress wasn't just tattered, it was burned along the edges, and her skin wasn't just pale. In the moonlight that now filtered through the fog, I could see it had the waxy, unnatural look of someone who hadn't been alive for a very long time. "You died in the fire," I whispered. She smiled, and it was the saddest thing I've ever seen. "We all did." 27 years ago, and we've been here ever since. The mill fire. I remembered reading about it in the local paper's archives when I first moved to town. 11 workers trapped inside when it went up in flames, unable to escape because the exits had been chained shut, some cost-cutting measure by the owner. "I just want to go home," she said, and for a moment she sounded like the young woman she must have been. "We all do, but we can't find our way." The figures were at the car now, their faces pressed against the windows, hands scratching at the glass. The whispers had become a roar, and I could make out words now. "Help us. Take us with you. Don't leave us here." I don't know where I found the courage, but something in me snapped. I wasn't going to die here. I wasn't going to join them. I threw myself at the driver's side door, ramming my shoulder into it with everything I had. It gave way suddenly, sending me tumbling onto the ground outside. The cold hit me like a physical blow, and the whispers surged around me, hands grabbing at my clothes, my hair. "Don't leave me," Evelyn pleaded from inside the car. "Please, I just want to go home." I'm not proud of what I did next. I ran. I ran like I've never run before, through the woods, stumbling over roots and rocks, branches tearing at my face and arms. The whispers followed me, along with a sound like dozens of feet shuffling through dead leaves. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours. My lungs were burning, and my legs were ready to give out. But eventually, the trees thinned, and I broke out onto a main road. A truck was passing by, and I flagged it down, probably looking like a mad woman with my torn clothes and bleeding scratches. The driver, an older man with kind eyes, took me to the nearest police station. I told them what happened, or a version of it, that I had picked up a hitchhiker who tried to rob me, and I escaped into the woods. I couldn't bring myself to tell the truth. Who would believe me? They found my car the next day, parked by the side of Route 666. There was no sign of Evelyn, no sign of the mill. According to the police, there hasn't been a mill in those woods for over 20 years. It burned down completely, and the ruins were cleared away. I've looked up the accident since then. 11 people died in that fire in 1996. One of them was Evelyn Mills, 24 years old. They never found her body. I don't drive at night anymore. I moved to an apartment closer to the hospital and take the bus to work. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my room, I hear them, the whispers. And I know that even though I escaped physically, a part of me is still there, trapped with them on Route 6666. I know what you're thinking, that I imagined it all, that I was tired and hallucinating after a long shift. I wish that were true. But how do you explain the burn marks on my passenger seat that weren't there before? Or the handprints on my windows that show up when it's cold outside, handprints that are too small to be mine? And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see Evelyn's face, her eyes hollow and desperate, and I hear her voice. "I just want to go home. Don't we all?" Story 2. I still can't bring myself to drive on Highway 10 anymore. It's been 13 years now, but what happened that night in July of 2010 still keeps me up at night. I've told this story to a few close friends, but they all think I'm either making it up or that I hallucinated the whole thing from driving too long without sleep. But I know what I saw was real. I feel it in my bones. Back then, I was working as a long-haul trucker, mostly carrying electronics from Texas to California. Good money, but long, lonely hours on the road. That particular night was supposed to be just another routine haul. The weather was clear, moon was bright, and I had my thermos of coffee to keep me company. I'd been driving for about 6 hours straight and was somewhere in the middle of nowhere, Arizona. It must have been around 11 at night when I first saw her. a woman on the side of the road, waving her arms frantically like her life depended on it. Now, I'm not stupid. I know all the warnings about picking up hitchhikers, especially at night. I'd been driving trucks for 8 years by that point and had a strict no passengers policy. But something about her seemed genuinely desperate. I slowed down, thinking I'd just call it in on my CB radio, but as my headlights swept across her, I could see she looked absolutely terrified. Her clothes were dirty, her hair was a mess, and she had this wild look in her eyes. Against my better judgment, I pulled over about 50 feet ahead of her. I watched in my side mirror as she ran toward the truck. I kept the doors locked until she got close enough for me to get a better look. She was probably in her late 20s, brown hair, wearing jeans and a once white t-shirt that was now stained with dirt or something darker. She didn't look dangerous, just scared out of her mind. "Please," she mouthed through the window, "please help me." I cracked the window just enough to talk. "What happened? Are you hurt?" "My car broke down miles back," she said, her voice shaking. "I've been walking for hours. No one stopped. Please, I just need to get to the next town." I hesitated, but finally unlocked the passenger door. "I'm heading to California. I can take you to the next rest stop or town." She climbed in quickly, thanking me over and over. Said her name was Emily. I introduced myself as Ethan, and we pulled back onto the empty highway. For the first 20 minutes or so, she just sat there, staring out the windshield and occasionally glancing in the side mirror. I tried making small talk to ease the tension. "So what were you doing out here all alone?" I asked. She took a while to answer. "Just traveling, trying to get away for a bit." "From what?" She turned to look at me, and in the dim light from the dashboard, her eyes seemed darker than they should have been. "Just needed a fresh start, you know." I nodded, though something felt off about her answer. We drove in silence for another half hour before I spotted a sign for a 24-hour diner at the next exit. My stomach was growling, and I figured a quick stop wouldn't hurt. "You hungry?" I asked. Emily seemed reluctant, but agreed. "I guess I could eat something." The diner was one of those old-school places you find on highways, all chrome and red vinyl booths. There were only a few other customers, a couple of truckers at the counter, and an old man reading a newspaper in the corner. We slid into a booth by the window, and a middle-aged waitress came over with menus. That's when things started getting weird. The waitress took one look at Emily and froze. I mean, completely stopped in her tracks, staring at Emily like she'd seen a ghost. Emily didn't seem to notice at first, busy studying the menu, but when she looked up, something passed between them. The waitress's face went pale. "What can I get you folks?" she finally asked, her voice unnaturally tight. I ordered a burger and coffee. Emily just asked for water and toast. The waitress kept glancing at Emily as she walked away, and I swear I heard her whisper something to the cook. "Do you know her?" I asked Emily. "No," she said quickly. "Never been through here before." When the waitress brought our food, she set mine down normally, but practically dropped Emily's plate in front of her, like she was afraid to get too close. I watched as she hurried back behind the counter and made a phone call, glancing in our direction every few seconds. Emily barely touched her food. She kept looking out the window at the dark highway. "We should get going soon," she said. "I don't like it here." I wolfed down my burger, paid the bill, and we left. The waitress watched us the whole way out, and I could feel her eyes on my back even as we crossed the parking lot to my truck. Back on Highway 10, Emily seemed even more on edge. She kept checking the side mirror and fidgeting with her hands. About 20 miles from the diner, she suddenly spoke up. "I need to tell you something," she said, her voice barely audible over the engine noise. "I'm not just traveling, I'm running." I gripped the steering wheel tighter. "Running from what?" "From something I did," she said. "There was an accident. Someone died because of me." My mouth went dry. "What kind of accident?" She shook her head. "It doesn't matter now. What matters is that he won't let me forget it." "Who?" I asked, starting to seriously regret picking her up. "The man who follows me," she whispered. "He's been following me ever since it happened." I glanced over at her, trying to gauge if she was dangerous or just troubled. "Emily, are you in some kind of trouble with the law?" "No," she said. "Nothing like that. It's different." We drove in silence for a while after that. The highway stretched out endlessly in front of us, illuminated only by my headlights and the occasional passing car. I was starting to think about finding a police station in the next town when Emily suddenly gasped and pressed herself back against the seat. "There he is!" she cried out. I followed her gaze and nearly swerved off the road. Standing on the shoulder of the highway was a tall, gaunt man in dark clothes. We must have been going at least 65 miles per hour, but I could see him clearly in the headlights as we passed. He had an unnaturally wide smile, and he seemed to be looking right at us, right at Emily. "Did you see him?" Emily's voice was frantic. "Did you see his face?" I nodded, my hands clammy on the wheel. "Who the hell was that?" "Drive faster," she begged. "Please, just drive faster." I pushed the truck up to 75, which was about as fast as I felt comfortable going with a full load. "Emily, you need to tell me what's going on right now." She was hugging herself, rocking slightly in the seat. "He's been following me for 3 years, ever since the accident. He was there that night. He saw everything." "Is he blackmailing you or something?" "No," she said. He's not normal. He shows up everywhere I go. Sometimes I'll see him standing across the street or in a crowd, always watching, always smiling. He never says anything, just watches." I was about to tell her we needed to find a police station when I heard it. A whisper, so faint I thought I'd imagined it. A name being called over and over, though I couldn't quite make it out. I looked at Emily, but she was still staring out the back window. "Do you hear that?" I asked. Her eyes widened. "You can hear it too?" The whispers grew louder, and a cold feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. I needed to stop, needed to clear my head. Up ahead, I spotted a sign for a rest area. "I'm pulling over," I said. "We need to figure this out." "No!" Emily grabbed my arm. "We can't stop. He'll find us." But I was already taking the exit. The rest area was deserted except for one RV parked at the far end. I pulled into a spot near the building with the restrooms, killed the engine, and turned to face Emily. "Listen," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know what kind of trouble you're in, but we need to call the police, or—" Before I could finish, Emily was scrambling for the door handle. "He's here," she whispered. "I can feel him." She flung the door open and jumped out, stumbling as she hit the ground. Before I could react, she was running toward the trees that lined the edge of the rest area. "Emily!" I shouted, jumping out after her. "Wait!" I chased her into the woods, following the sound of breaking branches. The moon provided just enough light to see by, casting everything in an eerie blue glow. I could hear her crashing through the underbrush ahead of me. "Emily, stop!" I called out. "Let me help you." Then I heard her scream, a sound of pure terror that made my blood run cold. I pushed forward, branches whipping at my face, until I burst into a small clearing. Emily was standing in the center, completely still, staring at something across from her. It was him, the smiling man from the highway. Up close, he looked even worse. His skin was pale, almost gray, and his smile stretched too wide across his face. His eyes were fixed on Emily, but as I entered the clearing, he slowly turned to look at me. "You shouldn't have picked her up," he said, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "She belongs to the past." I tried to move toward Emily, but my feet felt rooted to the ground. "Emily," I called out, "come back to the truck." She didn't respond. It was like she was in a trance, staring at the man. "What happened 3 years ago?" I asked, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "What accident?" The man's smile widened impossibly further. "Ask her about the car that went into the river. Ask her why she walked away instead of calling for help." Emily made a small, broken sound. "I was scared," she whispered. "I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt." The man took a step toward her. 3 years, he said. 3 years I've been waiting for you to admit what you did." I finally managed to move, stepping forward to grab Emily's arm. "We're leaving," I said. "Now." As soon as I touched her, the clearing seemed to darken. Shadows stretched from the trees, enveloping us. Emily screamed again, and I felt her arm dissolving under my fingers, like she was turning to smoke. "Emily!" I shouted, but my voice seemed to echo in an impossible space. The shadows swirled around us, and the smiling man's face was the last thing I saw before everything went black. I woke up in my truck at the rest area, slumped over the steering wheel. The sun was just coming up. Emily was gone. At first, I thought maybe I'd dreamed the whole thing, but then I noticed the passenger door was still open, and there were muddy footprints on the seat. I searched the rest area and even went back into the woods, but there was no sign of Emily or the smiling man. Just an empty clearing with no evidence anyone had been there. I reported what happened to the local police, but they didn't take me seriously. They ran Emily's description through their database and found nothing. I was just another trucker with a wild story. It wasn't until months later that I saw a news article online about a cold case being reopened. A woman matching Emily's description had gone missing in that area 3 years earlier, shortly after a car accident where the other driver drowned. They'd found new evidence that suggested the woman might have caused the accident and fled the scene. I've never driven Highway 10 since that night. I switched to northern routes, even though it means less work. Sometimes when I'm alone in my truck at night, I still hear those whispers calling a name I can't quite make out. And sometimes, in my rearview mirror, I think I catch a glimpse of a tall figure standing on the roadside, smiling. I don't know if what happened that night was real or supernatural, or something my tired brain cooked up. All I know is that somewhere along Highway 10, there's a woman who vanished into shadows and a past that wouldn't let her go. And sometimes, when the night is dark and I'm driving alone, I wonder if she's still out there, still running, and if someday she'll find peace, or if someday I'll look in my rearview mirror and see her waving frantically on the side of the road all over again. Story 3. I still can't believe I'm actually typing this out. My hands are shaking just thinking about it. It's been 3 months since that night at the gas station, and I haven't been able to sleep properly since. I guess I'm hoping that sharing what happened might help me make sense of it all, or at least convince me I'm not going crazy. Last summer, I moved from Albuquerque to this tiny town in the middle of nowhere, New Mexico. City life was suffocating me. The noise, the people, the constant pressure. I thought a quiet, rural life would be my escape. God, I was so wrong. I found a job at this ancient gas station on Highway 54. You know the type. 2 pumps that looked like they were installed in the 70s, a shabby convenience store with flickering fluorescent lights, and a bathroom I wouldn't use unless it was an absolute emergency. The owner, This old guy named Frank seemed relieved to find someone willing to take the night shift. Should have been my first red flag. The station sat on this long, empty stretch of highway where you could drive for miles without seeing another car. During the day, we'd get truckers and the occasional tourist, but nights were dead silent. Most shifts, I'd just stock shelves, read, or scroll through my phone until the sun came up. This particular Thursday night in July was brutally hot. The air conditioning was struggling, making this constant rattling noise that was driving me nuts. Around midnight, I was behind the counter, half dozing over a magazine when I heard the bell above the door chime. I looked up, ready with my customer service smile, but nobody was there. The door was swinging shut like someone had just walked in, but the parking lot was completely empty. Not a single car at the pumps, nothing. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe I'd missed someone. No answer. I figured it was the wind, though it didn't make much sense since the air was dead still that night. I went back to my magazine, but not even 2 minutes later the bell rang again. Door swinging open, nobody there. This time I got up and walked to the door. I checked outside, looking all around the station. The overhead lights cast this sickly yellow glow over everything, making the darkness beyond seem even more intense. That's when I noticed something weird near Pump 1. This black substance pooled on the concrete. At first, I thought maybe it was oil or gas that had leaked, but it was thicker, more like tar. And then I saw the footprints. They were small, like a child's barefoot prints, leading away from the puddle and disappearing into the darkness beyond the light's reach. My stomach dropped. What the hell was a kid doing out here at midnight? "Hello? Is someone there?" I called out, louder this time. "This isn't funny." I swear I heard something in response, not words exactly, but this faint whispering sound coming from the darkness. Like several voices talking at once, too quiet to make out what they were saying. I took a few steps toward the prints, pulling out my phone to use as a flashlight. The light barely cut through the darkness. The footprints led toward the back of the station, where there was nothing but empty desert for miles. That's when all the lights went out. Not just the outdoor lights, but everything. The store, the pumps, even the little sign that showed gas prices. 1 second I could see, and the next I was standing in complete blackness. My phone's flashlight was still on, but it suddenly seemed so pathetically small against the overwhelming darkness. I turned to head back inside, and that's when I felt it, something ice cold grabbing my wrist. It was a hand, a small hand, like a child's, but unnaturally cold. So cold, it burned. I jerked away and swung my phone around, and for just a split second, I saw it. A face, pale as chalk, hovering about 4 feet off the ground. It had these eyes, completely black, like holes punched into its face, and its mouth. God, its mouth was stretched into this horrible grin with jagged, pointed teeth. I screamed and ran. I don't even remember getting back to the store, just suddenly being inside, slamming the door shut and locking it. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. I backed away from the door, trying to call Frank, but there was no signal. The darkness inside the store was absolute. I could barely see my hand in front of my face, even with my phone's flashlight. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Not outside, but inside the store with me. Light, quick steps moving between the aisles. I pressed myself against the wall behind the counter, trying not to make a sound. The footsteps stopped. Then came the whispering again, but louder now, coming from everywhere at once. It sounded like dozens of children all talking over each other, but I couldn't understand a single word. Something brushed against my leg, and I bit down on my hand to keep from screaming. It felt like small, cold fingers trailing up my calf. I kicked out instinctively and hit nothing but air. The whispering grew louder, more frantic. I could feel movement all around me, like the air itself was shifting and swirling. My phone's flashlight flickered and died, leaving me in complete darkness. I don't know how long I sat there, curled up behind the counter. Minutes? Hours? Time seemed to stop making sense. I kept feeling these light touches on my shoulder, my hair, my face, but every time I swatted at them, there was nothing there, just cold spots in the air. And then, as suddenly as they'd gone out, the lights came back on. The humming of the refrigerators, the buzz of the fluorescents, everything returned to normal. I sat there, stunned, for a good 5 minutes before I found the courage to stand up. The store looked completely normal. No footprints, no evidence that anything had been disturbed. I checked every aisle, the bathroom, behind the counter. Nothing. I even went outside, staying in the light, refusing to step into the darkness, and looked at pump 1. The black puddle was gone. No footprints. Nothing. I called Frank right then and there and quit. Told him I was leaving the keys under the mat and he could find someone else for the night shift. He didn't even sound surprised, just sighed and said, "Figured you wouldn't last long." I drove home as the sun was coming up, constantly checking my rearview mirror. My apartment felt safe in the daylight, but as soon as night fell, the fear came back. I kept thinking I heard that whispering, kept feeling cold spots in the air around me. 3 days later, I was in the bathroom when I noticed something on the mirror after my shower. As the steam cleared, I could see what looked like tiny handprints on the glass, too small to be mine. They faded before I could take a picture. Last week, I woke up at 3:15 in the morning to find my TV on, playing static. I know I turned it off before bed. I know I did. Yesterday, I found black smudges on my kitchen floor, like someone with dirty bare feet had walked across it. I've bleached the floor twice, but I swear I can still see them. I'm moving back to the city next week. I can't stay here anymore. But part of me is terrified that whatever I encountered that night, that child thing with the black eyes and jagged smile, it's not confined to that gas station, that somehow it followed me home. Sometimes at night when I'm lying in bed, I swear I can feel small, cold fingers wrapping around my wrist. And just before I turn on the light, I catch a glimpse of something pale moving in the corner of my room. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if it was real or if I'm losing my mind. All I know is that I've never been so scared in my life, and I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. What do you think? Has anyone else experienced something like this? I need to know I'm not alone, that I'm not going crazy. Because if what I saw was real, if that thing is real and it's still with me, I don't know what to do. Story 4. I still have nightmares about that lake. It's been 3 months since that weekend, and I can't shake the feeling that we barely escaped something terrible. I've never written this down before, but maybe it'll help me process what happened. It started as a completely normal road trip. Just me, Jake, Megan, and Chris, friends since college who still managed to see each other despite our busy lives. We all needed a break from work, so we decided on a spontaneous 4-day weekend through the Pacific Northwest. No real destination, just the freedom of the open road. We were on our 3rd day, driving along a winding road through dense forest somewhere in Oregon. The GPS signal had been spotty for hours, but we didn't care. That was part of the adventure. The weather was perfect, warm but not hot. with that crisp forest air coming through the windows. Around mid-afternoon, we passed this handmade wooden sign nailed to a tree that said, "Hidden Lake, 3 miles ahead." It looked weathered but not ancient, like someone had put it up within the last few years. "Anyone know about a hidden lake around here?" I asked. Everyone shook their heads. Chris was driving and slowed down a bit. "Let's check it out," Jake suggested. We weren't planning to be anywhere specific tonight anyway. We all agreed it sounded perfect. A secluded lake on a warm day. Who would say no to that? About 3 miles down the main road, we spotted another small sign. Just a wooden arrow pointing down a dirt road to the left. The road wasn't on any of our maps, but it looked well used enough that we figured it would be fine for Chris's SUV. The dirt road wound through increasingly dense forest for maybe 20 minutes. The trees grew closer together, blocking out more and more sunlight. I remember feeling a slight unease, but I brushed it off. We were just excited about finding a cool spot that wasn't crawling with tourists. When we finally broke through the tree line, the lake appeared before us, and it was genuinely beautiful. Crystal clear water stretching maybe half a mile across, surrounded by forest on all sides. The surface was perfectly still, mirroring the sky like glass. There was a small clearing near the shore that looked perfect for camping, with a makeshift fire pit someone had constructed from stones. "Holy shit, jackpot," Chris exclaimed as he parked. "How is there nobody else here?" We all piled out of the car, stretching and taking in the view. The air felt different by the lake, heavier somehow, but not in an unpleasant way. It was incredibly quiet, too. No birdsong, no insects buzzing, just the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. We quickly set up our 2 tents and gathered wood for a fire later. It was around 4 in the afternoon by then, and the sun was still high enough that we decided to swim. The water looked too inviting to resist. I remember hesitating at the edge. The water was so clear, I could see the bottom dropping away sharply not far from shore. Jake and Chris immediately dove in, whooping about how perfect the temperature was. Megan followed soon after. I finally waded in, and they were right. It was surprisingly warm for a mountain lake, almost like bath water. We swam for about an hour, splashing around and floating on our backs. That's when I first noticed something odd. When I was floating, staring up at the sky, I caught something moving in my peripheral vision, a shadow passing beneath me, deep under the surface. It was large, much larger than a fish should be in a lake like this. I flipped over and peered down into the water but couldn't see anything. The lake was deep, dropping off quickly, and the bottom disappeared into darkness despite the water's clarity. "Did you guys see that?" I asked. "See what?" Jake called from where he was doing backstrokes about 20 feet away. "I thought I saw something moving down there, something big." They all stopped swimming and looked down. After a few seconds of silence, Chris laughed. "Probably just a shadow from a cloud," he said. "Or your imagination. This place is kind of creepy in a cool way." I laughed it off too, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I didn't go back under. After that, and about 15 minutes later, I made an excuse about getting dinner ready and went back to shore. As the sun started to set, we got a fire going and cooked the hot dogs and beans we'd brought along. The lake was beautiful in the fading light, but I kept glancing at it, half expecting to see something break the surface. Nothing did, of course, and I tried to focus on having fun with my friends. Then the fog rolled in. It happened so quickly that at first we didn't notice. One minute we were sitting around the fire telling stories, and the next we were surrounded by dense white mist that seemed to rise from the lake itself. It wasn't normal fog. It moved against the wind, curling around our campsite like fingers. "That's weird," Megan said, pulling her jacket tighter. "The weather forecast didn't mention fog." "Mountain weather is unpredictable," Chris replied, but he looked uneasy too. The temperature dropped dramatically. We added more wood to the fire, but it did little to cut through the chill that had settled over us. The fog was so thick now that we couldn't see the lake at all, even though it was only about 30 feet from our campfire. That's when I first heard the whispers. At first, I thought it was the wind in the trees, but there was no wind. The air was completely still. The whispers seemed to come from the direction of the lake, just at the edge of hearing, not quite distinguishable as words, but definitely human-like voices. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet. They all went silent, listening. After a moment, Jake nodded slowly. "Probably just water lapping at the shore," Megan suggested, but she didn't sound convinced. The whispers continued, occasionally rising in volume before fading again. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they had a rhythm to them, almost like a chant. We tried to ignore it. We roasted marshmallows and forced conversation, but the atmosphere had changed. Everyone was on edge. Around 11, we decided to turn in for the night. Jake and I shared one tent, Chris and Megan the other. I couldn't sleep. The whispers continued, sometimes seeming to move around our campsite. After about an hour of tossing and turning, I heard Jake's breathing deepen beside me. He could sleep through anything. That's when the whispers changed. They became clearer, more focused. I could almost make out words now. They seemed to be saying a name over and over. It took me a few minutes to realize with a chill that it sounded like my name. I sat up in my sleeping bag, heart pounding. Jake didn't stir. The whispers grew more insistent, calling me toward the lake. I know how stupid this sounds, but I felt compelled to answer. It wasn't mind control or anything supernatural, just intense curiosity mixed with fear. I needed to know what was happening. I slipped out of the tent as quietly as I could. The fog was even thicker now, our campfire reduced to glowing embers that barely illuminated the immediate area. I grabbed my flashlight and switched it on, but the beam barely penetrated the mist, creating an eerie glow that made everything look distorted. The whispers guided me toward the lake. I followed slowly, feeling my way forward. The ground was slick with dew, and I nearly fell several times. The air felt wrong, too heavy, too cold, pressing against my skin like something physical. When I reached what I thought was the shoreline, I swept my flashlight across the water. The fog parted briefly, and that's when I saw her. A woman was standing in the lake, maybe 20 feet from shore. The water came up to her waist, but she wasn't swimming or treading water. She was standing, perfectly still. She had long, dark hair that hung down past her shoulders, moving slightly in a current I couldn't feel. She wore what looked like a white dress that billowed around her in the water. My flashlight beam caught her face, and I froze. She was beautiful in a haunting way, with pale skin and features that seemed almost too perfect. But her eyes, they reflected my flashlight like an animal's, glowing slightly in the dark. She raised one hand slowly, beckoning to me. Her lips moved, and I heard her voice clearly through the fog, though she wasn't shouting. "Join me," she said. Her voice was melodic, almost hypnotic. "The water is perfect. Join me." I took a step forward without meaning to. My foot touched the water, which felt much colder than it had during the day. Still, I had the inexplicable urge to wade in, to go to her. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice sounding strange and muffled in the fog. She smiled, showing teeth that seemed too white, too sharp in the beam of my flashlight. "I've been waiting for someone like you," she said, ignoring my question. "Come closer. I'm lonely." I took another step into the water, which now soaked through my shoes and the bottom of my pajama pants. The cold was shocking, but I barely noticed it. The whispers had grown louder all around me, like dozens of voices encouraging me to go deeper. "What's your name?" I asked, trying to hold on to reality. Something was very wrong here, but I couldn't seem to turn away. Her smile widened slightly. "Names don't matter here. Only the water matters, only what's beneath." As she spoke, I saw movement in the water around her, dark shapes passing just below the surface, circling her like sharks. I was waist deep in the water now, though I don't remember wading in that far. My flashlight beam wavered as my hand trembled. The woman's face seemed to shift slightly, her features becoming sharper, less human. "Just a little closer," she whispered, and her voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Hey!" Jake's voice cut through the fog behind me. "What the hell are you doing?" I turned to see Jake standing at the shore, his own flashlight sweeping across the water. When I looked back, the woman's expression had changed. Her smile was gone, replaced by something hungry and furious. Her eyes narrowed, and she hissed, an inhuman sound that made my blood run cold. The whispers suddenly crescendoed into a chaotic chorus of voices, no longer just at the edge of hearing, but loud and clear, dozens of them overlapping in languages I didn't recognize. The water around me began to churn, and I felt something brush against my legs beneath the surface. "Get out of there now!" Jake yelled, wading in to grab my arm. The woman screamed then, a wailing, keening sound that couldn't have come from a human throat. The fog swirled violently around us as Jake dragged me backward toward shore. I stumbled, falling into the shallow water, and for a second, my face went under. In that brief moment, I opened my eyes underwater and saw dozens of pale faces staring back at me from the depths, their mouths open in silent screams. I scrambled to my feet with Jake's help, and we ran back to camp. Chris and Megan were already awake, alarmed by the screaming. "We need to leave, now," Jake said, his voice shaking. "Pack up, quickly." "What's happening?" Megan asked, but she was already shoving things into her backpack. "There's someone in the lake," I said, my teeth chattering from cold and fear. "Something wrong with her, with this place." We threw our stuff together in record time, not bothering with the tents. The wailing continued from the lake, a sorrowful sound now, punctuated by words I could almost understand. She was calling my name again, beckoning. As we piled into Chris's SUV, I looked back. The fog had thinned just enough for me to see the shoreline. The woman stood there now at the edge of the water, her dress dripping and clinging to a body that seemed too thin, too elongated. She raised both arms toward us, still calling. Chris gunned the engine, and we tore down the dirt road, branches scraping the sides of the vehicle. No one spoke until we hit the main road again, all of us breathing hard, stealing glances at the rear view, mirrors. "What the actual fuck was that?" Chris finally asked, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. I shook my head, unable to explain. I was still soaking wet, shivering uncontrollably. Jake put his jacket around my shoulders. "Did you guys see her?" I asked. Megan nodded slowly. "I saw something when we were leaving, standing by the water. I heard the voices," Chris added, "like whispers, but not in any language I know." We drove straight through the night, not stopping until we were in a populated area with streetlights and other cars around us. We checked into the first motel we found and took turns showering, as if we could wash away what had happened. The next day, we tried to find Hidden Lake on maps, on the internet, anything. It didn't exist, at least not officially. No marked trails, no campsite information, nothing. The only evidence we had was the photos on our phones of our campsite from earlier that day, before the fog came in. The lake looked normal in those pictures, beautiful, innocent. We made a pact never to return, never to tell anyone exactly where it was. I'm breaking that pact by writing this, but I'm not giving directions. Trust me, you don't want to find it. I still don't know what would have happened if I'd gone to her. Sometimes I dream about those faces I saw beneath the water. Were they previous visitors who answered her call, or something else entirely? All I know is that there are places in this world that shouldn't exist, hidden in plain sight, waiting for unsuspecting travelers to wander too close, and Hidden Lake is one of them. Story 5. It was my third month on the job. January 27th. Chicago winter was in full force, and I was still the fresh-faced rookie paired with Mike Harrington, a 20-year veteran who'd seen everything, or so he thought. We were working night shift in the North District, mostly handling drunk college kids, and the occasional domestic. Our shift was almost over when the call came in around 3 in the morning. Dispatch reported multiple calls about screams coming from the old Grayson steel plant. That place had been abandoned since the explosion back in '86. 20 workers died when one of the furnaces blew. The place was supposed to be condemned, but the city never got around to demolishing it. Just another eyesore everyone pretended not to see. Mike sighed when he heard the address. "Probably just some teenagers messing around," he said, flipping on the lights as we pulled a U-turn. "We'll check it out, kick 'em out, be home by 4. The steel plant loomed against the night sky like a corpse of Chicago's industrial past. 3 massive smokestacks, broken windows, rusted metal frames. The chain-link fence surrounding the property had more holes than actual fence. Our cruiser's headlights caught the no trespassing signs hanging limply from the gates. "I heard some of the workers' bodies were never recovered," I said as we parked. Mike just grunted, checking his flashlight. "Don't believe everything the senior guys tell you at the bar, Torres. They love messing with rookies." He handed me a flashlight. "Stay close. Place is a tetanus factory." The main entrance was padlocked, but someone had clearly forced the side door open recently. The hinges were less rusted than everything else around it. Mike called out the standard Chicago PD as we entered, our voices echoing through the cavernous space. The smell hit me first, metallic, like blood mixed with rust and standing water. The beam of my flashlight caught massive machinery frozen in time, conveyor belts hanging limp like dead snakes, control panels with shattered gauges. Our footsteps echoed on the concrete, each sound bouncing back at us from different directions. "Listen," Mike whispered after we'd gone about 50 feet in. I held my breath. At first, nothing. Then I heard it, a faint metallic tapping like someone hitting a pipe with a wrench, coming from deeper inside the facility. "Chicago police," Mike shouted again. "Anyone in here needs to identify themselves now." The tapping stopped. Complete silence fell over the place. We moved deeper, past the first production floor into what must have been a foreman's office overlooking the plant floor. Papers were still scattered everywhere, as if everyone had just stood up and walked out mid-shift. Except they were yellow with age, covered in rat droppings and water damage. My flashlight caught a calendar on the wall, July 1986, the month of the explosion. The tapping started again, louder, coming from the far side of the plant floor. "I'll go left, you go right," Mike said, pointing to 2 walkways that circled the main production area. "We'll converge on the other side. keep your radio on." I wanted to object. Splitting up seemed like a terrible idea, but I didn't want him thinking I was scared. So I nodded and took the right path, moving slowly, sweeping my flashlight across the floor below. That's when I saw the footprints, fresh ones, in the thick dust covering the walkway. They weren't coming from the entrance. They were coming from ahead of me, leading toward where I was standing, like someone had walked backward. I radioed Mike. "I've got footprints here, fresh ones." His voice crackled back. "Same here. Stay alert." The tapping had stopped again. I continued forward, gun drawn now, flashlight in my other hand. The walkway curved around a massive piece of machinery, some kind of smelter, I think. As I rounded the corner, my light caught something moving. A figure stood about 30 feet ahead of me on the walkway. Male, wearing tattered overalls and a yellow hard hat. He was facing away from me. "Sir, police officer, I need you to put your hands where I can see them and turn around slowly." The figure didn't move at first. Then, slowly, it raised its hands and began to turn. I still can't describe what I saw clearly. It was like his face couldn't decide what it wanted to be. Features shifting, moving, like clay being worked by invisible fingers. The only constants were the empty eye sockets, just black holes where eyes should be, and this wide, unnaturally wide smile that stretched literally from ear to ear. I fired a warning shot before I even realized what I was doing. The sound exploded through the plant. The figure didn't flinch. Instead, it took a step toward me, its movements jerky, like stop-motion animation. Another step, then another. "Stop! Don't come any closer!" I screamed, my voice cracking. I heard Mike's footsteps pounding the metal walkway as he ran toward my position. "Torres, what's happening?" The figure stopped, its head tilting at an impossible angle, almost upside down now, that grin still fixed in place. Then it looked directly at Mike, who had just rounded the corner behind it. Mike froze. I saw the color drain from his face, even in the dim light. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired 3 shots directly into the figure's back. The figure shimmered, like heat rising from hot pavement. Then it simply wasn't there anymore. The hard hat clattered to the walkway and spun, the sound echoing throughout the plant. Mike and I stared at each other across the space where the figure had been. "What the actual Mike started to say. That's when the screaming began. Not one voice, dozens, men and women coming from all directions. Agonized, terrified screams that sounded like they were being burned alive. The walls began to change. I swear to God, the concrete and metal began to ripple and move. The graffiti, which had been the usual gang tags and crude drawings, started twisting into new shapes, faces, screaming faces emerging from the walls. "We need to get out now," Mike shouted, already turning back the way he came. I ran too, following the walkway back toward the entrance, but it was wrong. The path was longer than before, much longer, and it kept changing directions, angles that couldn't exist, turns that should have taken me in circles but somehow kept going deeper into the facility. The screams grew louder. I heard Mike shouting somewhere, but his voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The floor beneath my feet began to vibrate. Equipment that hadn't moved in decades started to hum and clank. A conveyor belt to my right jerked into motion, carrying nothing but shadows. I don't know how long I ran. The walkway kept stretching ahead of me, impossibly long. My flashlight began to flicker, and in the moments of darkness, I swear I saw figures moving on the plant floor below. Workers in hard hats and overalls, their skin blackened and peeling, all moving with that same jerky, unnatural motion. My radio crackled with static. Then Mike's voice broke through. The northeast corner, emergency exit, northeast. I tried to orient myself, but nothing made sense anymore. Then I saw it, an exit sign glowing red through the darkness, the only thing that seemed stable in the shifting nightmare the plant had become. I sprinted toward it, the walkway finally ending at a set of stairs. As I rushed down them, I felt a hand grab my ankle. I kicked blindly, connecting with something solid that made a sound like crumpling paper, and kept running. The exit door was chained from the inside. Who chains an emergency exit from the inside? But the chain was old and gave way when I slammed into it with my shoulder. I burst out into the cold night air, gasping, my lungs burning. Mike was already outside, leaning against our cruiser, his face ashen. Neither of us spoke as we practically dove into the vehicle. Mike started the engine and peeled out of there, tires screeching. We were halfway back to the station when he finally broke the silence. We report the facts, responded to noise complaint, building secure, nothing found. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel. You understand me, Torres? Nothing. Found. I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. What? What was that? He shook his head. I don't know, and I don't want to know. We filed the generic report as planned. Suspicious noises, property secured, no suspects located. I mentioned the warning shot I fired, claiming I thought I saw movement that turned out to be nothing. Mike backed me up. The sergeant barely looked at the report before filing it away. The next day, Mike requested a transfer to the West District. It was approved within hours. We never discussed what happened, not even when he cleared out his locker. I stayed on in the North District, but I've made excuses to avoid going anywhere near the Grayson plant. The other officers think I'm superstitious. Let them think what they want. Sometimes at night, I still hear those screams. They're getting louder, I swear. And twice now, I've pulled over drivers only to see their faces begin to shift and change as I approach their vehicle. I let them go with warnings both times, my hands shaking so badly I could barely write the citation. Last week, I found a yellow hard hat in the trunk of my cruiser. I don't know how it got there. I threw it in a dumpster behind a gas station 10 miles from my apartment. The next morning, it was on the passenger seat of my car. I've requested a transfer too, but it keeps getting delayed. Sometimes I catch my sergeant looking at me oddly, like he knows something I don't. Yesterday, I swear I saw his face shift for just a second, that same impossible grin flashing across his features before returning to normal. I don't know what happened at the Grayson steel plant that night. I don't know if what we encountered was some kind of mass hallucination or something that escaped rational explanation. All I know is that I'm not the only one who's seen it. Sometimes I pass homeless people near the plant who mutter about the grinning man and workers who never left. I've been assigned a new partner now, rookie named Jenkins. Yesterday, he asked if we could check out this abandoned steel plant he'd heard stories about. Said some kids had been reporting screams coming from inside. I called in sick today. I think it might be time to look into a different line of work. Story 6. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I'm not sure if writing it down will help or just make the whispers louder. But I need to tell someone who might understand, or at least not think I'm completely insane. This happened last May. Emily and I had just gotten married after dating for 3 years. We wanted something different for our honeymoon, not the typical all-inclusive resort packed with other tourists. We both worked demanding jobs in Chicago and needed true isolation. After weeks of searching, Emily found this place called Isla Solitaria, a tiny private island resort in the Florida Keys. The website looked amazing. Just 10 luxury bungalows spread across a secluded island, accessible only by boat, with pristine beaches and total privacy. It promised to be an exclusive escape from the modern world. The booking process was weird from the start. No online reservations, just an email address and a phone number that rarely got answered. When I finally got through, the guy seemed almost reluctant to book us. He kept asking if we were sure this was what we wanted, mentioning the isolation multiple times. I figured he was just being thorough about setting expectations, and honestly, the difficulty in booking only made it seem more exclusive. We flew to Key West and then took a taxi to a small marina where we were supposed to meet the ferry. The dock was nothing special. Weathered wood, a single bench, and a hand-painted sign that said, Isla Solitaria Ferry. No one was around when we arrived, and for about 20 minutes, we just sat there with our luggage, wondering if we'd been scammed. Finally, an old boat pulled up with a single guy at the helm. He introduced himself as Victor, the resort manager. He was maybe in his 50s, tan and weathered like he'd spent his whole life in the sun. What struck me immediately was how anxious he seemed, constantly scanning the water, checking his watch, rushing us onto the boat. "We need to make good time," he kept saying. "The currents can get tricky in the afternoon." The ride took about 45 minutes. As Key West disappeared behind us, I got this weird feeling in my stomach. I've never been afraid of water, but something about the endless blue surrounding us made me feel small and exposed. Emily didn't notice. She was busy taking pictures and pointing out flying fish. When we finally saw the island, it looked exactly like the website photos. A crescent of white sand, lush green interior, and a row of charming bungalows built on stilts at the edge of the beach. But something felt off. I couldn't place it at first. Victor helped us off the boat and carried our bags to reception, which was just a small open-air hut with a desk. While he checked us in, I realized what was bothering me: the silence. No birds, no insects buzzing, not even the sound of waves crashing. Just this heavy, oppressive quiet. "Not many guests this week," Victor said, handing us our key. "Just you two and a couple in Bungalow 7. They're on the other side of the island, so you'll have this whole beach to yourselves." That should have been good news, but the way he said it made it sound like a warning. Our bungalow was beautiful. King bed with mosquito netting, outdoor shower, private deck overlooking the water. Emily was thrilled, immediately unpacking and planning our week. I tried to shake off my unease. This was our honeymoon, and I didn't want my weird anxiety to ruin it. That first evening, we had dinner at the resort's only restaurant. The food was surprisingly good, but again, the emptiness was unnerving. Tables for 20 guests, but only us and Victor, who kept disappearing into the kitchen and returning, looking more stressed each time. After dinner, Emily wanted to rest, so I went for a walk along the beach. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the sand. Except I noticed something strange. I could see the shadows of the palm trees, the bungalows, even some rocks on the shore, but I couldn't see my own. I stopped and moved around, thinking it was just the angle of the sun, but no matter where I stood, I cast no shadow. I convinced myself it was just a trick of the light, but I hurried back to our bungalow anyway. I didn't mention it to Emily. It sounded too crazy. That night, around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a shuffling sound outside. At first, I thought it might be an animal, maybe crabs on the deck. But it wasn't random enough. It was rhythmic, like footsteps circling our bungalow. I carefully got out of bed, trying not to wake Emily, and peeked through the curtains. There was a figure standing at the edge of the surf, just a dark silhouette against the moonlit water. It wasn't moving, just standing there, facing our bungalow. I watched for maybe 5 minutes, my heart pounding so loud I was sure it would wake Emily. Finally, I opened the door and stepped onto the deck. "Hello," I called out, immediately regretting it. "Is someone there?" The figure didn't respond or move. Then, slowly, it turned and walked straight into the water. Not like someone going for a swim. It just walked in, no hesitation, until it disappeared beneath the surface. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next morning, I told Emily about the figure, downplaying how freaked out I was. She suggested it was probably the other guests going for a late-night swim. It was a reasonable explanation, and I wanted to believe it. We decided to explore the island that day. The resort had a small trail map showing paths through the interior jungle to a few lookout points. The whole island was only about half a mile across, so we figured we could cover most of it in a day. As we walked into the trees, the unnatural stillness became even more apparent. There was no breeze, though we could see the palm fronds at the beach's edge moving. The trees didn't sway. We didn't see a single bird or butterfly. Even the insects seemed to avoid our path. We'd see them on leaves ahead of us, but they'd vanish as we approached. About halfway across the island, we found something not on the map, an old stone well, its walls crumbling with age. It looked ancient, like it predated the resort by centuries. Emily peered down into it, but it was too dark to see the bottom. "I wonder how deep it is," she said, picking up a small rock and dropping it in. We never heard it hit the bottom. No splash, no sound of it hitting stone, just silence, as if the rock had fallen into a void. We both backed away from the well. Emily tried to laugh it off, saying the sound must have been too faint to hear, but I could tell she was disturbed too. That night, we heard the whispers. It started around midnight, soft at first, almost like the wind, except there was no wind. Just voices, too quiet to make out words, circling our bungalow. I shook Emily awake, and we sat there in bed, listening as they grew louder, closer. "It's just the wind," Emily kept saying, but her voice trembled. I turned on every light in the bungalow and checked that the doors were locked. The whispers continued until dawn, never quite intelligible but somehow conveying a sense of hunger, of waiting. When the sun finally rose, we went outside to find hundreds of barefoot prints in the sand around our cabin, as if a crowd of people had been walking in circles all night. But the prints didn't lead anywhere. They just formed a perfect circle around our bungalow. That was enough for us. We packed our bags and went to find Victor to arrange an early departure. We found him at the reception hut, looking like he hadn't slept in days. "We need to leave," I told him. "Today." He shook his head. "The ferry only comes once a week. Next one is in 4 days." "Then call them for a special pickup," Emily insisted. "We'll pay extra." "No reception out here," he said, not meeting our eyes. "Radio's broken too. Been trying to get it fixed." We argued with him for an hour, but he wouldn't budge. There was no way off the island until the scheduled ferry. As we walked back to our bungalow, defeated, Emily squeezed my hand. "4 more days," she said. "We can handle that. We'll stay together. Keep the lights on at night. It'll be okay." But it wasn't okay. That night, the whispers became screams, high, desperate wails that echoed across the island. They started suddenly at exactly midnight and stopped just as abruptly at 3 a.m. The silence that followed was almost worse than the screams. I looked out the window and saw 2 figures standing at the water's edge now, where before there had been only one. They stood perfectly still, facing our bungalow. We didn't sleep. We pushed furniture against the doors and huddled in the bathroom, the only room without windows. Emily was crying silently, and I was trying to come up with some explanation, any explanation, that didn't involve us losing our minds. The next morning, we were packing again, planning to find Victor and demand a way off the island, when we heard the sound of a boat engine. We ran to the beach and saw the ferry approaching, 3 days early. Victor was already at the dock, looking both relieved and terrified. "Change of schedule," he muttered as we approached. "Ferry's here. You need to get on it." We didn't question our luck. We grabbed our bags and practically ran to the boat. As we pulled away from the island, I looked back and saw dozens of figures emerging from the trees, watching us leave. Victor saw me looking and turned my shoulders forcibly toward the open water. "Don't look back," he said. "Never look back." The ferry captain didn't speak a word the entire ride to Key West. When we docked, he handed us our bags and immediately started the engine again, heading back toward Isla Solitaria. We flew home that day. We've never talked about what happened. Not really. Emily says she doesn't remember the whispers or the figures, that I must have had some kind of fever dream or reaction to something in the food. Sometimes I almost believe her, but 3 things make that impossible. First, Isla Solitaria doesn't exist online anymore. The website is gone, the phone number disconnected. When I called the Key West Tourist Board, they'd never heard of it. Second, in every photo we took on the island, there's a dark smudge in the background, like a figure just out of focus. And third, most nights now, I hear the whispers again, just as I'm falling asleep. Soft, hungry whispers circling our bedroom. Emily sleeps soundly beside me, but sometimes, when she's deeply asleep, I notice something odd. The moonlight through our window casts my shadow on the wall, but never hers. I don't know what happened on that island. I don't know what's happening now, but I know we didn't leave it behind. And sometimes, when I catch a glimpse of Emily looking out the window at night, her expression isn't quite hers. Story 7. I still can't sleep properly, and it's been 3 weeks since it happened. I keep seeing her in my dreams, that woman on Highway 87. Mark doesn't want to talk about it, says it's better if we just forget the whole thing happened. But I can't. I need to get this off my chest even if no one believes me. It started as an exciting adventure. My cousin Mark got this job offer in Montana, some engineering gig with good pay in a small town I'd never heard of. We grew up together, practically like brothers since his family lived 2 houses down from mine in Austin. We always talked about taking a big road trip someday, just the 2 of us, and this was finally our chance. The plan was simple: drive straight through from Austin to Montana, switching drivers every few hours to cover the nearly 24-hour journey. Mark's old Honda Civic was packed to the roof, his clothes, some furniture that would fit, and enough snacks to feed a small army. We left Austin around 5 in the morning 3 Thursdays ago, both of us buzzing with that road trip energy. The first part of the drive was exactly what we hoped for. We blasted our old playlists, told the same stupid stories we've been telling each other since high school, and stopped at ridiculous roadside attractions. There's a photo of us standing next to this giant cowboy boot somewhere in Oklahoma that I can't even look at now. We were so damn happy. Everything changed when we hit Wyoming. It was getting dark, and we needed gas. The GPS showed this place called Cold Creek about 10 miles off the highway. It was either stop there or risk running empty on a stretch of road where gas stations were 50 miles apart. Cold Creek was barely a town, just a cluster of worn-down buildings that looked like they'd been forgotten by time. The gas station was this ancient-looking place with those old-style pumps that click when you fill up. Inside, There was just one employee, this guy who must have been in his 70s, with these deep wrinkles that made his face look like weathered leather. While Mark was paying, the old man leaned over the counter. "You boys heading north?" he asked, his voice all scratchy like he didn't use it much. Mark nodded. "Yeah, taking Highway 87 up to Montana." The old man's expression changed. I swear the temperature in that little store dropped 10 degrees. "Be careful out there," he said, looking right at me. "Stay on the main road. Don't stop for anything." Mark laughed it off as we walked back to the car. "Small town folks, always trying to spook city people," he said. But I couldn't shake this feeling in my gut that something wasn't right. We got back on the road around 10 at night. Highway 87 stretched out ahead of us, this narrow two-lane strip cutting through absolutely nothing. No houses, no other cars, just darkness and the occasional reflective sign. I was driving at this point, and Mark was trying to stay awake in the passenger seat. "It's too quiet," I remember saying. The radio had gone to static about 20 minutes after leaving Cold Creek, and neither of our phones had signal. We were completely isolated. Around midnight, Mark suddenly sat up straight. "There's someone behind us," he said, staring at the rearview mirror. I checked and saw headlights in the distance. It was the first car we'd seen in over an hour, so I didn't think much of it. "Finally, some company," I joked. But over the next 15 minutes, those headlights started to freak us out. They stayed the exact same distance behind us no matter what I did. I sped up to 75, they sped up. I slowed down to 50, they slowed down. When I hit the brakes hard to test them, the lights slowed perfectly in sync with us. "What the hell are they doing?" Mark muttered, twisting around in his seat to look. Then things got even weirder. The headlights suddenly vanished, just gone. 1 second they were there, and the next, nothing but darkness behind us. We both let out this nervous laugh, like maybe we'd imagined the whole thing. "Probably turned off somewhere," I said, not really believing it. There had been no turnoffs, no side roads that I'd seen. 5 minutes later, Mark's whole body tensed up. "They're back," he whispered, "and they're closer." The headlights were now maybe 50 yards behind us, close enough that they were lighting up the inside of our car. I pushed the Honda to 80, then 85. The headlights matched our speed exactly. "Screw this," I said, pushing it to 90. The old Civic was shaking, but I was too scared to slow down. And then suddenly, the headlights disappeared again. Mark was breathing hard. "What the actual fuck is going on?" That's when we saw her for the first time. I nearly drove off the road. Standing in the middle of Highway 87, directly in our path, was a woman. Tall and impossibly thin, wearing what looked like a white dress. My foot slammed on the brake as I swerved to avoid her. The car fish-tailed, tires screaming against the asphalt. We came to a stop on the shoulder, both of us breathing hard, hearts pounding. "Did you see that?" I gasped. "There was a woman in the middle of the road," Mark finished. "What the hell is she doing out here?" We looked back. The road was empty, completely empty. "Maybe she's hurt or stranded," Mark said, though he didn't sound convinced. "We should check." Neither of us wanted to get out of the car. I turned the Honda around, headlights sweeping across the empty highway. There was no sign of the woman. "I swear she was right there," I said. Mark was gripping the dashboard so hard his knuckles were white. "Let's just keep going." I turned the car back around, and we continued north. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. We drove in silence for maybe 2 minutes before Mark suddenly yelled, "Stop!" There she was again, standing in the road, maybe 100 yards ahead of us. This time, I slowed down gradually, stopping about 50 feet away from her. The headlights illuminated her fully now. She was wearing a long white dress that reached her ankles. Her hair was dark and hung down over her face. But what really got to me was that she wasn't moving. Not at all. Not even swaying slightly like a normal person would when standing still. Should we ask if she needs help? Mark's voice was barely audible. I honked the horn lightly. The woman didn't react. "This isn't right," I whispered. I inched the car forward slowly. As we got closer, I realized something else that made my skin crawl. Her dress was moving, billowing slightly, but there was no wind. The night was completely still. At about 20 feet away, I stopped again. "Hello?" Mark called out his window. "Do you need help?" No response. "We need to go around her," I said, moving the car to the left to pass her. As I did, the woman glided, and I mean glided, not walked, to her left, blocking our path again. I swung right. She moved right, always blocking us, always without seeming to take actual steps. "Go through," Mark suddenly said, his voice cracking. "Just go through." I pressed the gas pedal, aiming the car directly at where she stood. I know how terrible that sounds, but something inside me knew this wasn't a normal person. As we approached, bracing for impact, she vanished, just disappeared into thin air when we were about 5 feet away. Mark and I both whipped around, looking out the back window. The road behind us was empty. "What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck?" Mark was repeating, his face pale in the dashboard lights. I hit the gas hard, the speedometer climbing past 70 as we tore down Highway 87. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. "She's there again!" Mark shouted, pointing ahead. About a quarter-mile ahead, the woman was standing in our lane again. As we got closer, I could see more details that I wish I could forget. Her dress wasn't just white, it was dingy, like it had been buried and dug up. And though her hair covered most of her face, I caught glimpses of her skin, which looked gray and wrong in the headlights. This time, I didn't slow down. I swerved around her, the car's tires squealing as we passed. In the side mirror, I saw her head turn to follow our car, though the rest of her body remained facing forward. For the next 20 miles, this pattern repeated. She would appear in the road ahead of us, sometimes far away, sometimes terrifyingly close. Each time, we would swerve around her, and each time she would vanish, only to reappear further ahead. It was like she was toying with us, herding us, down this endless highway. The worst was when she appeared just 10 feet in front of us, so close I could see her fingers, long grayish things that didn't bend quite right. I yanked the wheel hard, and we nearly rolled the car. As we straightened out, Mark screamed and pointed at his window. She was right there, floating alongside the car at 60 miles per hour, her face inches from the glass. I caught a glimpse of her eyes then, black, empty holes in a face that wasn't quite human anymore. I floored it, pushing the poor Honda past 100 miles per hour. The engine was screaming, and so were we. I don't know how long we drove like that. It felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. Eventually, we saw lights ahead, a small town whose name I still don't know because we didn't stop. As soon as we hit the town limits, she was gone. Not just out of sight, I could feel her absence. The oppressive weight that had filled the car seemed to lift. We drove through that town and the next one and didn't stop until it was daylight and we were nearly out of gas. We pulled into a busy truck stop, surrounded by people and cars and normality, and just sat there, unable to speak. We didn't talk about it for days after we reached Montana. Mark started his new job, and I flew back to Austin a week later. We've texted a few times, but neither of us has mentioned what happened on Highway 87. I've looked online for similar stories, for any explanation of what we saw. There are vague mentions of a Highway 87 phantom in some obscure forums, but nothing concrete, nothing that explains what we experienced. All I know is that I'll never drive that road again. And sometimes, when I'm about to fall asleep, I see her standing at the foot of my bed, that impossibly tall, thin woman in white, her hair hanging over her face, waiting for me to come back to her highway. Story 8. I still can't sleep, with the lights off. It's been 3 months since everything happened, but every time I close my eyes, I see their faces in that mirror. I guess I should start at the beginning. I moved to Millbrook in June after my divorce. I needed a fresh start somewhere quiet where nobody knew my story. Upstate New York seemed perfect. Those rolling hills, the changing seasons, small-town life. I found this charming mid-century ranch house at a price I couldn't believe. 3 bedrooms, original hardwood floors, a big backyard. The realtor was practically giving it away. "The market's slow up here," she told me. That should have been my first clue. When we pulled up to view the house, I immediately noticed the property next door. It was like something from a horror movie, overgrown with weeds taller than me, paint peeling off in sheets, broken windows covered with weathered plywood. The realtor saw me staring and quickly steered me toward my potential new home. "That's the old Wilkins place," she said dismissively. "Been vacant for years." "What happened to the owners?" She hesitated just a second too long. "They moved away. Family issues." I was too excited about my new beginning to push further. The house was perfect, and I signed the papers 2 weeks later. Moving day was uneventful, just me and a small U-Haul full of the possessions I'd kept after the split. My ex got the furniture, I got the freedom. That first night, I slept peacefully. The second night, too. By the third night, I'd unpacked enough to feel somewhat settled. I was sitting on my back porch with a glass of wine, watching fireflies, when I first heard it. A whisper. So faint, I thought it was just the wind through the trees. "Hello?" I looked around, thinking maybe a neighbor had wandered over to introduce themselves. Nothing but darkness beyond my porch light. "Can you hear us?" The voice seemed to be coming from the direction of the Wilkins house. I stood up, peering through the darkness. That's when I saw it. A faint flicker of light in one of the second-floor windows, like a candle moving past. I told myself it was just reflections from my own house, or maybe some kids had broken in to explore the abandoned building. I went inside, locked my doors, and tried to forget about it. The next day, I met some neighbors while getting my mail. Nice older couple named the Hendersons. When I mentioned the Wilkins house, Mrs. Henderson's smile faded. "Such a tragedy," she said, lowering her voice. "The whole family just gone." "Gone?" The realtor said they moved away. Mr. Henderson shook his head. "That's what they tell the newcomers. Don't want to scare people off. The Wilkins disappeared 7 years ago. John, Martha, and their 2 children. Left everything behind. Clothes in closets, food on the table, car in the garage. That's horrible. Was there an investigation?" "Of course, but they never found anything. After a year, people stopped looking. The house has been empty ever since. Nobody wants to buy it." I went home feeling uneasy. That night, I heard the whispers again, louder this time. "Please, help us." I drew my curtains and turned up the TV, but I couldn't drown them out. Around midnight, I looked out my bedroom window, which faced the Wilkins house. There were definitely lights moving inside, dim, yellowish lights that floated from room to room, and shadows passing in front of the windows. I barely slept that night. The next morning I called the realtor and asked directly about the Wilkins family. I think you need to be honest with me, I said. The neighbors told me they disappeared. She sighed. Look, it's just a small-town mystery. They probably ran off to escape debt or something. These things happen. There's nothing wrong with your house, I promise. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was letting my imagination run wild. I spent the day working from home, trying to focus on my graphic design projects instead of the creepy house next door. But as sunset approached, I felt a growing sense of dread. The whispers started earlier that night, right at dusk. Help us, find us, we're still here. I closed all the windows, but somehow the voices seemed to be inside my house now, coming through the walls we shared with the Wilkins property. Then I noticed something that made my blood freeze. Footprints in the dewy grass of my backyard, leading from the Wilkins house to my back door. Small footprints, like a child's. I called the local police, who sent over a bored-looking officer. He walked around my property, shone his flashlight at the Wilkins house, and found nothing concerning. Probably raccoons, he said. They can make some strange noises. Raccoons don't whisper in English, I snapped. He gave me a look that said he'd dealt with hysterical women before. Ma'am, that house has been empty for years. There's nobody there. After he left, I poured myself a double shot of bourbon and tried to calm down. I was just stressed about the move, about starting over. I was projecting my anxiety onto the creepy house next door. That had to be it. Around 2 a.m, I woke to the sound of crying. A child crying. It was coming from outside my window. I got up, heart pounding, and peeked through the blinds. There was a little girl standing in my yard, looking up at my window. She was wearing a nightgown that looked old-fashioned, her hair in 2 braids. When she saw me, she raised her hand and pointed back toward the Wilkins house. I ran downstairs and out the back door without thinking. But when I got outside, she was gone. The only evidence that she'd been there at all was a set of small footprints in the grass, the same ones the officer had dismissed. I followed them. God help me. I followed them all the way to the back door of the Wilkins house. It was standing open just a few inches. I should have gone back home. I should have called the police again. Instead, I pushed the door open wider. Hello? I called. Out. Is anyone here? Do you need help? The whispers answered me immediately, coming from everywhere and nowhere. Find us. Help us. We're trapped. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The kitchen was a mess, dishes still in the sink, a table set for dinner with plates of food now turned to dust. It looked like everyone had just stood up and walked away in the middle of a meal. The whispers led me down a hallway lined with family photos. The Wilkins family looked so normal. Mom, Dad, a teenage boy, and the little girl I'd seen in my yard. They were smiling in every picture. At the end of the hall hung an antique mirror in an ornate frame. It was covered in a thick layer of dust. Without thinking, I reached out and wiped it clean with my sleeve. That's when I saw her. The woman from the photos, Martha Wilkins, standing right behind me. Her face was pale and gaunt, her eyes sunken. I spun around, but there was nobody there. When I looked back at the mirror, she was still there, staring at me with desperate eyes. I felt a cold hand grip my shoulder. He trapped us here, her voice whispered directly in my ear. In the mirrors, all of us. I ran all the way back to my house, locked every door and window, and sat huddled on my couch until dawn broke. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching the Wilkins family at the local library. The librarian, an elderly woman named Ruth, remembered them well. Such a nice family, she said. John worked at the bank. Martha volunteered here sometimes. The kids were well behaved. Michael was about 15, Emma just 7 when they vanished. Do you know what happened to them? Ruth leaned closer. There were strange reports that night. Neighbors heard screaming, saw lights flickering in every window of the house. By the time police arrived, the family was gone. The only thing out of place was that every mirror in the house had been shattered. Every single one. Who owned the house before? The Wilkins family. Ruth's expression darkened. A strange man named Edward Kane. Lived there alone for decades. People said he practiced dark arts, but that's just small-town gossip. He died in that house, though, just a month before the Wilkins moved in. I spent the next few days avoiding my windows and trying not to hear the increasingly desperate whispers, but they were getting louder, more insistent. The little girl, Emma, appeared in my yard every night, always pointing back toward her house. On Halloween night, exactly 1 week after I'd entered the Wilkins house, I couldn't take it anymore. The whispers had become screams. I packed a bag with candles, sage, which I'd read could help spirits, and a digital recorder. I was going to help them, or at least find out what happened. The Wilkins house seemed to be waiting for me. The back door was wide open this time, and lights flickered in every room despite there being no electricity. You came back, the whispers said. Thank you. I followed the voices straight to the mirror again. This time, I could see all 4 of them in it, John, Martha, Michael, and Emma, though I was alone in the hallway. How can I help you? I asked, my voice shaking. Martha's reflection reached out as if touching the glass from the other side. He trapped us here. Edward. He needed souls for his collection. There are others too, so many others. How do I free you? Below. Find what's below. The floor beneath me creaked, and for a moment I thought I saw a seam in the wooden boards that shouldn't be there. He took our bodies, hid them. We can't rest. I started feeling around the floorboards, and one of them moved under my fingers. I pried it up and found more beneath it, all loosely fitted. It was a hidden door in the floor. When I lifted it, cold air rushed up from below. There were stairs leading down into darkness. Be careful, Martha warned from the mirror. He's still here too. I descended into a cellar that wasn't on any house plans. My flashlight revealed a horrific sight. Occult symbols painted on the walls, strange artifacts on shelves, and mirrors. Dozens of mirrors of all shapes and sizes. In the center of the room was a large stone table, and beneath it, partially buried in the dirt floor, I saw what looked like bones. Something moved in one of the mirrors, not the Wilkins family, but a gaunt old man with hollow eyes. He smiled at me. I ran upstairs, out of the house, and called the police from my front yard. This time, they took me seriously. The investigation lasted weeks. They found the remains of the Wilkins family buried in that hidden cellar, along with 3 other families that had gone missing over the decades. Edward Kane's remains were there too, though he'd been dead much longer. They demolished the house last week. I watched from my window as the bulldozers tore it down, revealing nothing but ordinary construction underneath. No hidden chambers, no occult symbols. The cellar they'd found had seemingly vanished. The whispers have stopped. The little girl doesn't appear in my yard anymore. I should feel relieved, but I don't. Because sometimes, when I look in my bathroom mirror, I think I see something moving behind me. And last night, I swear I heard Martha's voice one last time. He collected mirrors. So many mirrors. Have you checked yours? I'm putting my house up for sale tomorrow. I don't know what happened to the Wilkins family. Not really. I don't know if I helped them find peace or if I just opened a door that should have stayed closed. All I know is that I can't stay here not with every reflective surface in my house making me jump. So if you're house hunting in upstate New York and find a charming mid-century ranch at a price that seems too good to be true, keep looking. Some houses come with neighbors you really don't want to meet. Story 9. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night 4 years ago. I was 14 then, home alone for the first time overnight in our house in Oakwood Heights, a quiet suburb just outside Atlanta. My parents had gone to visit my aunt, who'd had surgery, taking my little brother with them. They'd be back the next day, and I'd convinced them I was old enough to stay by myself. I felt so grown up. It was early October, and a storm had been brewing all day. By evening, rain was hammering against the windows, and wind was whipping through the trees in our yard. Perfect horror movie weather, I thought. I'd loaded up on snacks, microwave popcorn, Sour Patch Kids, and a 2-liter of Coke, and settled on the couch to binge some scary movies. My parents would have never approved, but what they didn't know wouldn't hurt them, right? I started with The Ring around 7 in the evening. The house was making all those normal, creaky sounds that houses make during storms, but nothing that bothered me. I was actually enjoying having the place to myself. No little brother barging in, no parents telling me to turn it down or go to bed. Around 9:30, just as I was starting my second movie, the power went out. 1 second the TV was blaring with the opening credits, and the next, darkness. Complete darkness, except for the occasional flash of lightning through the windows. Great, I muttered, fumbling for my phone. I turned on the flashlight function, and the beam cut through the darkness of our living room. The shadows it cast looked weird and distorted against the walls. I remembered we kept candles in the kitchen, so I decided to grab those before my phone battery died. That's when I heard it. A strange metallic scraping sound coming from the kitchen, like something being dragged across the floor. I froze, my heart suddenly pounding. We didn't have pets. There shouldn't be any sound in the kitchen. "Hello," I called out, immediately regretting it. Isn't that what stupid people in horror movies always do? No response, just the continuous patter of rain against the windows. Maybe it was just the wind rattling something outside. Yeah, that had to be it. I took a deep breath and headed toward the kitchen, my phone's flashlight casting a narrow beam ahead of me. Our kitchen was at the back of the house, a modern space my mom had renovated the year before with white cabinets and dark granite countertops. During the day, it was bright and cheerful. That night, it looked alien and threatening. As I swept my light across the room, everything seemed normal at first. The dishes from my dinner were still in the sink. The fridge hummed quietly, apparently on the backup generator. But then my light caught the cabinet under the sink. It was open. Just slightly, but definitely open. I was sure I hadn't opened it. I hadn't needed to go under the sink for anything. Slowly, I approached it, my sneakers squeaking slightly on the tile floor. With each step, I felt a growing certainty that something was wrong. The air felt different, heavier somehow, and colder than it should have been. When I reached the sink, I crouched down and pulled the cabinet door open wider, aiming my light inside. Just dish soap, cleaning supplies, and trash bags. Nothing unusual. I closed it firmly and stood up. That's when I heard the laugh. It was high-pitched and brief, a child's giggle coming from somewhere in the house. My blood turned to ice. My brother wasn't home. There shouldn't be any child in our house. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking. Again, silence was the only response. I stood completely still, straining to hear anything over the storm outside. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, nothing. Maybe I'd imagined it. The storm, the horror movie, being alone. My mind was probably playing tricks on me. I decided to grab the candles from the drawer by the fridge and head back to the living room. As I turned to leave the kitchen, the metallic scraping sound came. Again, louder this time, like something heavy being dragged across the floor. And then another giggle, closer now, as if someone was just around the corner in the dining room. I wasn't imagining this. Someone, or something, was in the house with me. Panic surged through me. I needed to get out. I turned toward the front door, but before I could move, there was a loud crash from upstairs, followed by more laughter. My brother's room. The crash had come from my brother's room on the second floor. I stood frozen at the bottom of the stairs, my flashlight beam shaking wildly as my hand trembled. Part of me wanted to run outside into the storm, but something else, curiosity, stupidity, I don't know, made me start climbing the stairs. Each step creaked under my weight. The staircase had never seemed so long before. As I reached the landing, a flash of lightning illuminated the upstairs hallway for a split second. I thought I saw a small shadow dart into my brother's room, but it happened so fast I couldn't be sure. I inched down the hallway, my back against the wall. My brother's room was the second door on the right. The door was partially open, and I could see my phone's light reflecting off something inside. When I finally pushed the door open, what I saw made no sense. My brother's toys, the ones that normally sat neatly on his shelves or in his toy box, were scattered across the floor. His toy cars, action figures, and building blocks were arranged in a rough circle in the middle of the room. I swept my light around. The window was closed, the closet door shut. No one was there, but someone had been. "Hello?" I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. "Help me." The whisper came from behind me, so faint I almost didn't hear it. A child's voice, small and afraid. I whirled around, but the hallway was empty. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. I backed out of my brother's room, keeping my eyes on the scattered toys. The bathroom door across the hall was closed. Had it been closed before? I couldn't remember. I reached for the handle, then hesitated. What if something was in there? What if someone was hiding in our bathroom? But I needed to know. I turned the handle and pushed the door open. The bathroom was dark except for my flashlight beam. Everything looked normal. The shower curtain was open, showing the empty tub. The small window above the toilet was still closed. I let out a shaky breath and glanced at the mirror above the sink. And I saw her, not my reflection. Her, a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, with pale skin and dark hair pulled into pigtails. She wore what looked like a nightgown, old-fashioned and white. But her eyes were just empty, dark hollows, and her smile was sad, so sad it made my chest hurt. I screamed and stumbled backward, dropping my phone. It clattered to the floor, the light spinning crazily across the walls before going out. I was in complete darkness. "Help me," the voice whispered again, right next to my ear. "Please help me." I ran. I didn't care about seeing where I was going. I just ran, hands outstretched, bumping into walls and door frames until I found the stairs. I half ran, half fell down them, desperate to get out of the house. Outside, the rain was coming down in sheets, but I didn't care. I ran across our front yard and straight to our neighbor's house. Mrs. Thompson was a retired teacher who'd lived next door for decades. I pounded on her door, soaked and sobbing. When she opened it, her eyes widened in shock. "Morgan, good heavens, what's happened?" "There's someone in my house," I gasped. "A little girl, but not..." Her eyes. Mrs. Thompson pulled me inside and wrapped a blanket around my shoulders. She called the police, who arrived 20 minutes later. They searched our house thoroughly and found nothing unusual, except for the toys scattered in my brother's room, just as I'd described. The officer suggested someone might have broken in and left when they heard me, and that my imagination had done the rest. But Mrs. Thompson's face had gone pale when I described the little girl. After the police left, promising to patrol the area through the night, Mrs. Thompson sat me down at her kitchen table with a mug of hot chocolate. "Morgan," she said quietly, "has anyone ever told you about Emma Pritchard?" I shook my head. "It was before your family moved here. About 25 years ago, a little girl went missing from your house. The family who lived there then had a 6-year-old daughter named Emma. One night during a storm much like this one, she vanished. They never found her." I felt cold despite the blanket and hot chocolate. "There have been stories over the years," Mrs. Thompson continued. "People who've lived in that house have reported strange things. Children's laughter, toys moving. Some say she's still there, looking for someone to help her." "Help her what?" I whispered. Mrs. Thompson shook her head. "Nobody knows. Find peace maybe, or find her way home." I stayed at Mrs. Thompson's that night. When my parents returned the next day, they were upset about me leaving the house, but relieved I was okay. They didn't believe the ghost story, of course. Dad suggested I'd watch too many horror movies and let my imagination run wild during the storm. We still live in that house. My parents never saw or heard anything unusual, and neither did my brother. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I hear the faint sound of metal scraping or a quiet giggle from an empty room. Occasionally, my brother complains that someone has been playing with his toys when he's at school. I'm 18 now, heading to college next fall. I've never seen the little girl in the mirror again, but I feel her presence sometimes. I've done research on Emma Pritchard, trying to find out what happened to her. Old newspaper articles suggest she might have been taken by someone, but her body was never found. I don't know if what I saw was real or just my imagination, but sometimes, late at night, I hear a small voice whisper, "Help me," and I still don't know how. Story 10. I still can't explain what happened to me 3 weeks ago. I've barely slept since, and I need to get this out somewhere before I completely lose my mind. I know how this is going to sound, but I swear every word is true. I work as an IT specialist at a mid-sized company in Indianapolis. Nothing special, just your typical 9-to-5 job fixing computers and resetting passwords for people who should know better. That Tuesday was supposed to be completely ordinary. Go to work, grab some Chinese takeout from the place near my apartment, then binge whatever new show dropped on Netflix. But one of our servers crashed right before closing time. Of course it did. I ended up staying 3 hours late trying to restore everything while my boss breathed down my neck the entire time. By the time I left the office, it was already 11:30 at night. I was exhausted, hungry, and honestly just wanted to get home. The Chinese place was closed by then, so I settled for a drive-through burger instead. The line was ridiculous. Some high school sports team had just finished a game or something. I sat there for almost 45 minutes before finally getting my food. By the time I got back on the road, it was already past midnight. I don't usually drive on Interstate 74 that late. The roads were nearly empty, just a few semis and the occasional car. I was zoning out a bit, thinking about work, when I realized I'd missed my exit. No big deal, I thought. I'll just take the next one and double back. That's when everything went wrong. I took what I thought was exit 103, but immediately something felt off. The off-ramp curved more sharply than I remembered, and the streetlights suddenly disappeared. I figured they were doing construction or something. The road narrowed from 4 lanes to 2, and the asphalt looked old and cracked. No streetlights, no reflectors, nothing but my headlights illuminating the way forward. At first, I just thought I'd taken some backcountry road. I kept driving, figuring I'd hit a main street or see some sign of civilization soon. But after about 10 minutes, I started getting concerned. There were no houses, no gas stations, not even any mile markers. Just this crumbling road winding through dense woods. The trees were all wrong. It was mid-April, but these trees looked dead, all twisted and skeletal, like something out of a horror movie. Their branches reached over the road like bony fingers. No leaves, just gnarled limbs silhouetted against the night sky. I checked my phone for GPS, but it just showed my location as a blinking blue dot in the middle of nowhere. No roads, no landmarks, nothing. I had full bars, which was weird for being so far out in what seemed like the middle of nowhere, but Google Maps couldn't place me. I tried calling my roommate, but the call wouldn't go through, just dead air, not even ringing. At this point, I was getting genuinely worried. I considered turning around, but the road was so narrow with no shoulder, and I couldn't see any good spots to make a U-turn. So I kept driving, hoping I'd find somewhere to turn around, or at least some sign telling me where the hell I was. The longer I drove, the worse the road got. Weeds were growing up through cracks in the pavement. In some spots, tree roots had pushed up through the asphalt, forcing me to slow down to a crawl. I'd been driving for at least half an hour on this road, and it felt like I was going deeper into nowhere. My heart nearly stopped when my headlights finally caught a sign, one of those old green ones, faded and tilting to one side. Old Creek Hollow, 10 miles, it read. I'd lived in Indiana my whole life and never heard of any place called Old Creek. Hollow, but at least it was something. I figured there'd be a gas station or some houses where I could ask for directions. After what felt like forever, I came to a fork in the road. The right path continued straight, while the left curved sharply and seemed to head downhill. There was another weathered sign pointing left for Old Creek Hollow. I took the turn, and the road became even narrower and more winding. The trees pressed in closer, their branches scraping against my car roof occasionally. That's when I saw it. An old station wagon parked on the side of the road. It looked like it was from the 70s or 80s, rusty around the edges, but otherwise intact. The driver's door was hanging open, and there were no other cars around. I slowed down, wondering if someone needed help. I should have kept driving. I really should have kept driving. Instead, I pulled over about 20 feet ahead of the station wagon and got out of my car. The silence hit me immediately. No crickets, no frogs, not even the sound of wind. Just dead quiet, except for the tick-tick-tick of my cooling engine. "Hello?" I called out, walking toward the abandoned car. "Anyone need help?" No answer. I approached cautiously, using my phone flashlight to see better. The station wagon was an old Ford, brown with wood paneling on the sides. The interior was littered with coffee cups and fast food wrappers, some looking relatively fresh. The keys were still in the ignition. I reached in and touched the hood. It was still warm. Whoever had been driving it hadn't been gone long. That's when I noticed the footprints. Just one set, leading from the driver's side into the woods. They looked like men's dress shoes based on the imprint, which struck me as odd for hiking through a forest at night. I shined my light toward the trees where the footprints led. "Hello?" I called again, louder this time. "Do you need help? I have a phone." For a moment, there was nothing. Then I heard it, a faint, whistling sound coming from deep in the woods. It wasn't a bird or any animal I could recognize. It sounded mournful, like someone whistling a slow, sad tune I couldn't quite place. Every hair on my body stood on end. Something about that whistling made my stomach drop. It didn't sound right. It didn't sound human somehow, even though it clearly was a whistle. I backed away from the station wagon, keeping my eyes on the dark woods. The whistling continued, neither getting closer nor farther away. Just that same eerie tune echoing through the trees. I practically ran back to my car and got in, locking the doors. My hands were shaking so badly, I dropped my keys twice before getting them in the ignition. I pulled back onto the road and drove away as fast as I dared on the uneven pavement. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something following me. But there was nothing except darkness behind me. I tried to calm myself down. It was probably just someone whose car broke down and they went looking for help. Nothing supernatural or sinister about it, just a coincidence. But if that was true, why was my heart still pounding like it wanted to escape my chest? I drove for another 20 minutes, but the road just kept winding through the woods with no sign of civilization. My gas gauge was getting dangerously low. I'd meant to fill up in the morning and hadn't expected this detour. According to my car, I had maybe 30 miles left before empty. Just as I was contemplating whether to turn back, my headlights caught something in the road ahead. I slammed on my brakes, tires screeching on the old asphalt. Standing in the middle of the road was a man. He was tall and unnaturally thin, wearing what looked like old-fashioned clothes, a dark suit that hung too loosely on his frame, and a wide-brimmed hat that shadowed his face. He didn't move when my car screeched to a halt just feet away from him. I rolled down my window just a crack. "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" The man didn't speak. He just slowly raised one arm and pointed toward the woods, the same direction where I'd heard the whistling earlier. I looked where he was pointing, straining to see anything in the darkness beyond my headlights. "Is someone hurt? I have a phone. I can call for help." When I looked back at the road, he was gone. Not like he'd stepped aside or walked away. He was just gone, as if he'd never been there at all. I floored it. I don't care how much gas I had left or where the road went. I just needed to get away from there. My tires spun on the loose gravel before catching, and I sped down that crumbling road as fast as I could without losing control. The road seemed to stretch endlessly ahead of me. Every curve looked the same, every patch of trees identical to the last. My gas light came on, the little yellow warning glowing on my dashboard. Then, impossibly, I saw the station wagon again. Somehow I'd circled back to where I started, though I'd been driving straight the whole time. And standing beside it, barely visible in my headlights, was the same tall, thin man in the wide-brimmed hat. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I just gripped the steering wheel tighter and kept driving, my knuckles white with fear. I couldn't understand how I'd ended up back there. It didn't make any sense. I drove with one eye on my gas gauge, watching it drop toward empty. Just when I thought I was going to be stranded out there in the dark with whatever was haunting that road, the trees suddenly thinned out, the road widened, and then, like stepping through a doorway, I was back on a normal highway with streetlights and lane markers. I nearly wept with relief when I saw other cars. My phone buzzed with notifications, 17 missed calls and 23 text messages, all coming through at once. According to my phone, it was 4 in the morning. I'd been on that road for over 3 hours, though it had felt both longer and shorter somehow. When I finally got home, my roommate was frantic. He'd been calling hospitals and police stations, thinking I'd been in an accident. According to him, my phone had been going straight to voicemail all night, even though I'd had full signal the entire time. I've looked for Old Creek Hollow on maps. I've searched online records, historical documents, everything. It doesn't exist. There's no record of any town or community by that name anywhere near Indianapolis. I even drove back to where I thought I took that exit in daylight, but found nothing like the road I'd been on. But I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. The worst part is, I don't think it's over. For weeks now, I've felt like I'm being watched. Sometimes out of the corner of my eye, I catch movement, a tall, thin shadow, the brim of a hat. When I'm alone in my apartment at night, I sometimes hear a faint whistling outside my window, that same mournful tune from the woods. I don't take back roads anymore. I don't drive at night if I can help it. And I definitely don't stop for anyone standing on the road. Story 11. I've never told this story in full detail before. It happened 3 years ago when I was 16, but honestly, it still feels like yesterday. I'm writing this because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I grew up in a small town in Ohio called Millfield. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone. Crime is practically non-existent, and the biggest drama is usually who's dating who at the high school. We lived in a 2-story house on the outskirts of town, surrounded by woods on one side and other houses spaced pretty far apart on the other. It was the kind of neighborhood where people left their doors unlocked. That night, my parents had gone to my aunt's place about an hour away. My mom's sister was going through a rough divorce, and they wanted to be there for her. They asked if I wanted to come, but I had a history test the next day and used that as an excuse to stay home. Truth is, I just wanted the house to myself for once. It was a Friday in October, and the weather had turned cold pretty suddenly. I remember because I had to crank up the heat after my parents left. Our house was old and made all kinds of noises when the temperature dropped. Creaking floors, pipes knocking, the usual stuff. I'd grown up with those sounds, so they never bothered me. I ordered a pizza, grabbed some soda from the fridge, and settled in for a movie marathon. By around 9:30, I was halfway through my second movie when I heard it, a light tapping sound coming from somewhere at the back of the house. It wasn't rhythmic, just random little taps. I paused the movie and listened. After a few seconds, it stopped. I figured it was probably a branch hitting the window or maybe the beginning of rain. We had a big oak tree near the back porch that always scraped against the house when it was windy. I went back to my movie, but about 10 minutes later, the tapping started again. This time it was a bit louder and more persistent. It was annoying enough that I decided to check it out. I paused the movie, got up, and walked to the kitchen, which faced the backyard. The kitchen was dark, so I flipped on the light and looked out the window above the sink. I couldn't see much because it was pitch black outside, and the kitchen light created a glare on the glass. I turned off the kitchen light to get a better view and waited for my eyes to adjust. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, just our backyard, dimly lit by the moon. The tapping had stopped again. I stood there for maybe a minute, straining to hear or see anything unusual. When nothing happened, I shrugged it off and headed back to the living room. I had just settled back onto the couch when I heard a different sound, a slow, deliberate scratching noise that sent chills up my spine. It wasn't the wind, and it definitely wasn't a tree branch. It sounded exactly like fingernails dragging across wood, and it was coming from the back door. My heart started racing. I muted the TV and sat completely still, listening. The scratching continued for a few seconds, then stopped. The silence that followed was somehow even worse. I could feel my pulse in my throat as I tried to think rationally. Maybe it was an animal, a raccoon or something trying to get at the trash. I decided I needed to know what was out there. We had a motion-activated porch light at the back door, and I figured if I turned it on, I could see if anything was there. I walked slowly to the back of the house, through the kitchen again, to the small mudroom that led to the back door. The door had a window in the top half, covered by a thin curtain. Standing to the side of the door, I reached over and flipped the switch for the porch light. It flooded the back porch with yellow light. I took a deep breath and peeked through the edge of the curtain. What I saw made my blood run cold. There was someone standing at the edge of the light's reach, just a dark silhouette of a person, completely still, staring at the house. They were tall and thin, wearing what looked like dark clothes, but I couldn't make out any details of their face or features. They were just standing there, perfectly motionless, about 15 feet from the back door. I jerked away from the window, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I backed up slowly, trying not to make any noise, then turned and ran back to the living room. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grab my phone. I checked that all the doors were locked. Thankfully, I had locked them earlier out of habit. I thought about calling my parents, but they were an hour away. I needed help now. As I was debating what to do, I heard footsteps on the back porch. Slow, deliberate steps that stopped right at the door. Then came the knocking. 3 soft knocks. I froze, staring down the hallway toward the back of the house, terrified of what might happen next. "Hello?" A voice called out, soft, almost gentle. "Is anyone home? I need help." It was a man's voice, but something about it seemed off, too controlled, too calm. "I saw the lights on," he continued. "My car broke down up the road. Can I use your phone?" I didn't answer. Every instinct in my body was screaming that something was wrong. People don't wander through backyards in the dark when their car breaks down. They go to the front door or they use their cell phone. The knocking came again, a little harder this time. "I know someone's in there. Please, I just need to make a call." I retreated to the living room, trying to stay quiet. We had a baseball bat in the coat closet, my dad's from his softball league. I grabbed it and then dialed 911 with my other hand. The dispatcher answered, and I whispered what was happening. She told me to stay on the line and that officers were being dispatched. They'd be there in about 8 minutes. Those 8 minutes were the longest of my life. The man at the back door kept knocking, his voice gradually changing from friendly to frustrated. "Let me in," he said, no longer asking but demanding. "I can see you through the window. I know you're alone." That sent ice through my veins because I hadn't been near any windows. There was no way he could see me. He was lying, trying to scare me into opening the door. The knocking turned to pounding, and I heard him trying the doorknob, jiggling it hard. "Let me in," he shouted, all pretense of friendliness gone. "Open the door." I was in the living room, bat clutched in one hand, phone in the other, crying silently as the dispatcher tried to keep me calm. She said the police were almost there. Then the pounding stopped suddenly. I heard footsteps moving away from the door, across the porch, and down the steps. For a moment, I thought he was leaving, but then I heard a scraping sound at the living room window, the window facing the side yard. He was trying to find another way in. I backed into a corner, as far from the windows as possible. The dispatcher told me to find a room I could lock myself in. I ran upstairs to my parents' bedroom, which had a lock on the door, and barricaded myself inside. Their room faced the front of the house, and I could see the street from their window. As I peered out, I finally saw the blessed sight of police lights in the distance. The sound of sirens grew louder, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I told the dispatcher the police were arriving, and she said to stay where I was until the officers came to get me. I watched from the window as 2 police cars pulled into our driveway, lights flashing. 4 officers got out, flashlights scanning the yard. One approached the front door while the others spread out around the house. I heard knocking at the front door and the voice of an officer identifying himself. I ran downstairs, still clutching the bat, and let them in. I was shaking and crying as I explained what had happened. 2 officers stayed with me while the others searched the property. They found footprints in the soft ground by the back porch and along the side of the house. There were scratch marks on the back door, right at the lock, but whoever had been there was gone. The police stayed for over an hour, taking my statement and searching the surrounding area. They even checked with the neighbors, but no one had seen anything unusual. One officer asked if I'd been watching scary movies, his tone suggesting he thought I might have imagined it all. The other one shut that down quickly, pointing to the physical evidence. I called my parents, who immediately started driving home. The police stayed until they arrived. My mom and dad were horrified, not just by what had happened, but by the fact that they hadn't been there to protect me. That night changed everything. My dad installed security cameras all around our house the very next week. We got a better alarm system. I stopped staying home alone. For months, I couldn't sleep without checking that every door and window was locked, sometimes multiple times a night. The police never found the man. They increased patrols in our neighborhood for a while, but nothing like that happened again. Sometimes I wonder if he targeted our house specifically, or if it was just random. Either possibility is terrifying. It's been 3 years, and I still get anxious when I hear unexpected noises at night. I'm in college now, living in a dorm with security at the entrances, but I still sleep with my baseball bat under my bed. What scares me most isn't just what happened, but what could have happened if I'd opened that door, if I'd believed his story about needing help, if the police hadn't arrived when they did. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted, but I know that the world isn't as safe as I once thought it was. And I know that sometimes the most dangerous thing you can do is trust a stranger who says they need your help. Story 12. I still have trouble sleeping at night. It's been 3 months since it happened, but every time I close my eyes, I see her face. I've been driving trucks for 15 years now, and I've seen some weird shit on the road. Stranded hitchhikers in the middle of nowhere, strange lights in the sky, abandoned vehicles, but nothing like what I experienced that night in October. I was finishing up my regular route in Arizona when my dispatcher called about a last-minute delivery. Some pharmaceutical supplies needed to be taken to a facility outside Albuquerque. The pay was good, double my usual rate, so I agreed without thinking twice. I've done plenty of late-night drives before. This one shouldn't have been any different. It was around 6 in the evening when I finished loading the truck. The sky was already dark, with heavy clouds blocking out any stars or moonlight. A light drizzle had started, and the air felt unusually cold for October in the southwest. I remember checking the weather app on my phone, thinking we might get a proper storm later that night. I climbed into my cab and settled in for the drive. My truck's always been my second home. I've got my small coffee maker, my photos of my kids taped to the dash, even this stupid bobblehead dog my daughter gave me for good luck. But that night, even my familiar cab felt off somehow. I couldn't shake this feeling in my gut that something wasn't right. The first couple hours on the interstate were fine. Normal traffic, normal stops. But once I turned onto Route 66, heading toward the delivery address, things started to get weird. The rain picked up, drumming against the roof of the cab. I tried to turn on the radio for some company, but all I got was static. I tried several stations, but nothing came through except white noise and occasional fragments of voices that faded in and out. The trees along the highway seemed to press in closer than I remembered from previous drives through the area. They were these tall pines that looked almost black against the night sky, like skeletal fingers reaching up. I know that sounds dramatic, but that's honestly what they looked like. Around 10:30, I got a text from my dispatcher. Signal gets spotty where you're headed. It's a quiet area. Call when you're done. That knot in my stomach tightened. Why mention it was a quiet area? I'd delivered to remote places plenty of times before. The GPS directed me to turn off the main highway onto this narrow gravel road that cut through the woods. The only light came from my headlights, which reflected off the raindrops and created this disorienting effect where I couldn't see more than 20 feet ahead. The road seemed to go on forever, winding, deeper and deeper into the forest. After about 15 minutes on this road, I started wondering if I'd made a wrong turn. There were no signs, no lights from any buildings, nothing. Just as I was about to try calling my dispatcher, I saw it. A small cabin set back from the road, almost hidden among the trees. There was no sign indicating it was a pharmaceutical facility or any kind of business. It was just a cabin, old, wooden, with a small porch in front. I parked my truck and sat there for a minute, double-checking the address. This had to be the place. The coordinates matched exactly. But it looked like someone's hunting cabin, not anywhere you'd deliver medical supplies. I grabbed my delivery papers and flashlight and stepped out into the rain. The air was even colder now and deadly quiet except for the patter of raindrops on leaves. I couldn't even hear any insects or night birds, just silence and rain. The cabin looked worse up close. The wood was weathered and the small windows were so dirty you couldn't see inside. There was no porch light, but I could make out a dim glow from somewhere within. I climbed the 3 creaky steps to the porch and knocked on the door. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. "Hello? Delivery for Thompson Medical?" I called out. Still nothing. I tried the door handle, not really expecting it to be open, but it turned easily in my hand. The door swung inward with a long, drawn-out creak. "Hello?" I called again, shining my flashlight into the room. "Anyone here? I've got a delivery from Phoenix." The interior was just a single room with a tiny kitchenette in one corner. There was a worn couch against one wall, a small table covered with old newspapers, and a fireplace that looked like it hadn't been used in years. A kerosene lamp on the table provided the dim light I'd seen from outside. What really got to me were the photographs on the wall. Dozens of them, old black and white ones mixed with more recent color photos. In each one, the people were staring directly at the camera with these expressions that were wrong somehow, like they were trying to smile but were actually terrified, or maybe both at the same time. I called out again, but my voice seemed to die in that room. I was about to leave the papers on the table and get the hell out of there when I heard it. "Help me." It was so faint I thought I'd imagined it at first. A whisper, barely audible, like someone exhaling the words rather than speaking them. "Hello?" I said, spinning around. "Is someone here? Are you hurt?" I listened carefully, and there it was again. "Help me." It seemed to be coming from behind the fireplace. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to leave, to run back to my truck and drive away as fast as possible. But what if someone was hurt, trapped? I couldn't just leave. I moved closer to the fireplace, shining my light into every corner. That's when I noticed that one of the stones at the base didn't quite match the others. I knelt down and pressed against it, and it moved slightly. With shaking hands, I pulled the stone away, revealing a small space behind it. There was an old trunk wedged in there, the kind people used to use for storage before plastic bins became a thing. I shouldn't have opened it. God, I wish I hadn't opened it. Inside were clothes, women's clothes, folded neatly, a small doll with button eyes, and more photographs. I picked one up and nearly dropped it when I saw the date written on the back in neat handwriting. March 12th, 2023, just 7 months ago. The image showed a young woman with long dark hair standing in front of the cabin. She wasn't smiling. Her eyes looked hollow, empty, like she was already gone. I flipped through more photos, different people, different dates, going back years. The oldest I found was from 1987, but they all had that same empty look, and they were all taken in front of this cabin. The temperature in the room suddenly plummeted. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. The kerosene lamp flickered, making shadows dance along the walls. They didn't move like normal shadows. They moved like they were alive, reaching toward me. And then I felt it, a presence behind me. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. Every muscle in my body froze in terror. "Help me," the voice whispered again, right next to my ear, so close I could feel cold breath on my skin. I broke then. Dropping everything, I ran for the door, stumbling over my own feet in my panic. I didn't look back until I was in my truck with the doors locked and the engine running. As I pulled away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. There was someone, something, standing in the doorway of the cabin. A woman with long dark hair, wearing one of the dresses I'd seen in the trunk. Her face was so pale, so sorrowful. Our eyes met in the mirror, and her lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear but somehow understood. Too late. I drove for hours through the pouring rain, not caring where I was going as long as it was away from there. My phone had no signal, and the GPS kept trying to reroute me back to that cabin. I finally pulled over at a truck stop around 4 in the morning, shaking so hard I could barely stand. When I finally got hold of my dispatcher the next day, he had no idea what I was talking about. There was no delivery scheduled to any place near Albuquerque. No one named Thompson had ordered anything. The company I work for doesn't even handle pharmaceutical supplies. I went to the police, but they didn't take me seriously. I tried to find the cabin again a week later, in daylight, with a friend. We couldn't find that gravel road, no matter how many times we drove up and down that stretch of Route 66. Sometimes I wonder if I dreamed the whole thing. But then I remember those photographs, those faces frozen in fear and resignation. I remember the cold breath on my neck and those whispered pleas for help. I don't drive that route anymore. I've switched to local deliveries only. I can't handle long hauls in the dark, and whenever it rains, I swear I can hear her voice again, calling out from somewhere I can't reach. I don't know who she was or what happened in that cabin. I don't know how many others heard those whispers before me. All I know is that some places in this world aren't what they seem. Some souls remain trapped, crying out for help in the darkness. And sometimes, when the night is at its darkest and the rain falls heaviest, the past breaks through and reaches for us with cold, desperate hands. I'm writing this as a warning. If you're ever driving along Route 66 outside Albuquerque and you see a narrow gravel road cutting through the trees, keep driving. Don't turn off the highway. Don't follow the GPS if it tries to lead you there. And if you hear someone whisper, "Help me," in the dark, run. Run and don't look back. because I looked back, and now her face is with me always, a reminder that some places are better left alone, where the past is buried but never truly gone. Story 13. I still get cold sweats thinking about what happened to me that night on Interstate 51. It's been almost 3 months, but I haven't been able to bring myself to drive that stretch of road again. Hell, I've taken to carpooling with coworkers just to avoid driving alone after dark. They think I'm trying to save gas money, but that's not it. Not even close. It was a Tuesday in late October. I'd spent the weekend at my parents' place in Greenfield, about 2 hours from my apartment in Millersville. I stayed longer than I meant to. Mom made her famous pot roast, and Dad needed help winterizing the garage. By the time I hit the road, it was already getting dark. No big deal, I thought. I'd driven Interstate 51 100 times before. The temperature had dropped into the low 40s that evening. I remember because I kept fiddling with the heater in my Honda Civic, trying to find that perfect setting where my feet weren't freezing while my face wasn't melting. I had a thermos of coffee in the cup holder and was listening to some true crime podcast to keep me alert. Everything was normal for the first 45 minutes. Traffic was light, just a few semis and the occasional car. The sun had completely set by then, and that stretch of I-51 gets really dark. There are no streetlights, just mile markers that occasionally catch your headlights. The trees on both sides of the highway are super dense there, these tall pines that seem to lean over the road. I never noticed how creepy they looked until that night. I remember checking my GPS around 7:30, still about an hour from home but making good time. That's when I saw the first sign. It was one of those portable electronic signs, the kind they use for construction. Bright yellow letters against black. Road closed ahead. I slowed down a bit, confused. There hadn't been any closure notifications on the traffic app I'd checked before leaving my parents' place. I figured maybe it was an emergency closure, a bad accident or fallen tree. But there were no flashing lights ahead, no backed up traffic, nothing that would indicate a problem. I kept driving, thinking I'd see more details soon. Nothing came. After about 10 minutes of normal highway, I was convinced the sign was either outdated or meant for a different exit. It happens sometimes. Road crews forget to remove signs after work is completed. But then I saw another sign. This one wasn't electronic. It looked like someone had taken a piece of plywood and hand-painted it. Turn back now. It was propped against the guardrail. My stomach did this weird flip thing. Who puts up a sign like that? My first thought was teenagers playing a prank, but something about it felt off. The lettering was too careful, too deliberate. I actually slowed down to about 50 miles per hour, scanning the road ahead more carefully now. The trees seemed denser somehow, like they were closing in on the highway. The podcast I'd been half listening to started to break up with static, so I switched it off. The silence in the car felt heavy all of a sudden. I turned on the radio instead, but could only get one station coming through clearly, some late-night talk show where the host was discussing missing persons cases in rural areas. Great. Just what I needed to hear. I'd gone maybe another mile when my headlights caught something on the shoulder ahead. At first, I thought it was a deer, but as I got closer, I realized it was a car, a dark blue sedan parked at a weird angle, half on the shoulder, half on the grass. Its hood was crumpled, not badly, but enough to notice, and the hazard lights were blinking weakly. I'm not the kind of person who normally stops for strangers, especially at night on a deserted highway. But something about the way the car was positioned, the driver's door hanging open. I couldn't just drive past. What if someone was hurt? I pulled over about 20 yards ahead, and sat there for a minute, debating. Finally, I grabbed my phone and the small flashlight I keep in the glove compartment. No cell service, not even one bar. Great. The air outside was colder than I expected, and eerily still. No other cars passed by as I walked back to the blue sedan. The only sound was the click, click, click of its hazard lights and the crunch of gravel under my feet. "Hello?" I called out. "Anyone need help?" No answer. When I reached the car, I saw the keys were still in the ignition. The engine wasn't running, but the battery was obviously still working enough for the hazards. There was a half-empty water bottle in the cup holder and a jacket thrown across the passenger seat, but no driver. That's when I noticed the footprints. They led from the driver's side into the woods. Just one set, like someone had gotten out and walked straight into the trees. I pointed my flashlight toward them, the beam barely penetrating the darkness between the pines. I should have gotten back in my car right then. I should have driven to the nearest town and called for help. But instead, I followed the footprints. I didn't go far, maybe 30 yards into the woods. The footprints were clear in the soft ground, moving in a straight line away from the road. Then they just stopped. In a small clearing between the trees, the footprints ended abruptly, as if the person had simply vanished mid-step. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I swept my flashlight around in a full circle, but there was nothing, no signs of struggle, no other tracks, no clothing items, nothing but trees and silence. I practically ran back to my car, my breath coming in panicked puffs that hung in the cold air. As I started the engine, I glanced in my rearview mirror at the abandoned blue sedan. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing next to it, but when I looked directly, there was nothing there. I peeled out so fast, I left rubber on the asphalt. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I kept telling myself there was a logical explanation. Maybe the driver had gotten picked up by someone else. Maybe they'd wandered off disoriented after an accident. But those footprints just ending like that. I cranked the heat up and turned the radio volume high to drown out my thoughts. After a few miles, I started to calm down. My GPS showed I was still on track, though it recalculated and directed me to take the next exit, claiming it was a faster route due to traffic ahead. I didn't see any traffic, but I was happy to get off that main stretch of highway, so I took the exit. The road I turned onto was narrower, just 2 lanes winding through even denser woods. No streetlights at all. My headlights seemed dimmer somehow, like they couldn't quite cut through the darkness properly. After about 15 minutes on this road, I started to get a weird feeling. The landmarks I was passing looked familiar, too familiar. There was a distinctive dead tree with a split trunk, then a small bridge over a creek, then a reflective road sign with a bullet hole in it. I was sure I'd passed these exact same things earlier. I checked my GPS, which showed I was still on the right track, but something wasn't adding up. When I passed the split tree a third time, I knew for certain I was driving in some kind of loop. That's when I noticed my gas gauge. It had been nearly 3/4 full when I left the main highway, but now it was approaching empty. That was impossible. I couldn't have burned that much gas in less than an hour. I tried calling my parents, but there was still no cell service. Panic started to build in my chest. I decided to turn around, go back to the interstate, and take my chances there. But as I slowed to make a U-turn, my headlights swept across something in the middle of the road that made my blood freeze. It was a man, just standing there, perfectly still in the center of my lane. He wore tattered clothes, what looked like a once white shirt, and dark pants, both dirty and torn in places. His face was hard to make out, shadowed despite being in the direct beam of my headlights, like the light was bending around him somehow. I honked the horn, thinking maybe he was confused or drunk. The man didn't move. Instead, he slowly tilted his head to one side, like a curious dog. Then he smiled. God, that smile. It was too wide, spreading across his face in a way that didn't seem physically possible. His teeth gleamed unnaturally white in the darkness. I threw the car into reverse, but before I could back away, the man lunged forward, moving so fast he was just a blur. I swear his legs didn't even seem to move right, like he was gliding or being pulled forward by something. The last thing I remember clearly is the sound of glass shattering and that horrible, impossible smile filling my windshield. I woke up to sunlight streaming through my car windows. My head was pounding, and for a moment, I had no idea where I was. Then it all came flooding back, the signs, the abandoned car, the man in the road. But I was fine. My car was neatly parked on the shoulder of Interstate 51, about 10 miles from my exit to Millersville. The windshield was intact, no cracks, no shattered glass. My phone showed full signal and several missed calls and texts from my roommate, wondering when I'd be home. According to my phone, it was 6:30 in the morning. Somehow, I'd lost about 10 hours. I tried to convince myself it had all been some bizarre dream or hallucination. Maybe I'd pulled over because I was too tired to drive and fallen asleep. Maybe the exhaust had leaked into the car and caused me to hallucinate. There had to be some explanation. But then I saw it, on the passenger side window, a single handprint smeared in what looked like ash or soot. It was too large to be mine, the fingers too long and oddly jointed. I started the car with shaking hands and drove straight home, pushing the speed limit the whole way. I've told a few people what happened, but they all think I either fell asleep at the wheel or made it up entirely. I haven't driven on Interstate 51 since that night. I've mapped out alternative routes to my parents' house, even though they add almost an hour to the trip. Sometimes, when I'm trying to fall asleep, I hear whispers that sound like the wind through pine trees, but deeper, more deliberate, like words just on the edge of comprehension. I still have the shirt I was wearing that night. There's a smudge on the collar that won't wash out, the same ash-like substance as the handprint. Sometimes I think I should have it analyzed, but part of me doesn't want to know. What scares me most isn't what happened that night. It's the feeling I've had ever since, that whatever I encountered isn't finished with me. That somehow, by driving down that road, by seeing those signs and that abandoned car, I became part of something I don't understand. Something that isn't over. I'm moving apartments next month to a place in the city. No more rural roads, no more driving through woods at night. I haven't told anyone the real reason why, but sometimes when I catch a glimpse of my reflection in a window or mirror, I swear I see something standing just behind me, head tilted at that same unnatural angle, smiling that too wide smile, and waiting. Story 14. It's been 8 months since that night, but I still wake up in cold sweats sometimes. My therapist says writing about it might help, so here goes nothing. I'd only been with the Pinecrest PD for about 11 months when it happened. Still green enough that the senior officers called me rookie and gave me the graveyard shift nobody wanted. Small town like ours, night patrol is usually just breaking up the occasional teenage party or telling old man Wilson his dog got out again. That Wednesday night in October started like any other. Temperature had dropped to about 40 degrees, and a light fog was rolling in from the lake. I remember because I had the heat cranked in my cruiser and was nursing my third cup of gas station coffee. Radio had been quiet for hours. It was around 2:30 in the morning when dispatch called in a disturbance at 1478 Oakwood Lane. I knew the place right away, that abandoned Whitaker house that's been sitting empty since old Mrs. Whitaker died like 15 years ago. Kids sometimes break in on dares, and we occasionally have to chase out homeless people seeking shelter. 10:04, I'm about 4 minutes out, I responded, honestly glad for something to break the monotony. The house sits about half a mile back from the main road, surrounded by these massive pine trees. As I pulled up the gravel driveway, I immediately felt something was off. Most times when kids break in, you see flashlight beams bouncing around, or hear music. This place was dead quiet, but there was definitely a light inside. Not flashlights, but a steady dim glow coming from one of the first-floor windows. I called in my location and said I was going to investigate. Dispatch acknowledged and asked if I needed backup. I declined, figured it was just some teens. Biggest mistake of my career. The front door was partially open, which struck me as weird since the place was supposed to be boarded up. The porch steps creaked under my weight as I approached, hand resting on my holster. "Pinecrest Police, anyone inside?" I called out. No response. I pushed the door open wider with my foot. The smell hit me first, musty and damp like you'd expect, but with something else underneath, something sour and metallic. I clicked on my flashlight and stepped inside. The beam cut through years of dust floating in the air. The living room was a mess of broken furniture and debris, typical abandoned house stuff. But what caught my eye was that some of the dust patterns on the floor looked disturbed, like someone had been walking through recently and frequently. That light I'd seen from outside was coming from deeper in the house. I followed it through a narrow hallway, careful to avoid the spots where the floorboards looked rotted through. "Police officer, if anyone's here, make yourself known," I shouted, trying to sound more authoritative than I felt. That's when I heard it. A small sound, almost like a whimper, coming from what I guessed was the kitchen. I moved toward it, sweeping my flashlight across peeling wallpaper and water-stained ceilings. The kitchen was in worse shape than the rest of the house. Cabinet doors hanging off hinges, broken glass crunching under my boots. My light caught movement in the corner, and I nearly drew my weapon before I realized what I was seeing. A woman was huddled between an old refrigerator and the wall. She looked to be in her 30s, dark hair matted to her head, wearing what had once been a white blouse and jeans, now filthy and torn. Her face was bruised, one eye swollen nearly shut, and her lip was split open. "Ma'am?" I lowered my flashlight so it wouldn't blind her. "I'm Officer Reynolds with Pinecrest Police. Are you okay?" She flinched when I spoke, pressing herself harder against the wall. "He's coming back," she whispered, her voice hoarse like she'd been screaming. "He always comes back. He'll know you're here." I crouched down to her level, keeping some distance. "Who's coming back? Who did this to you?" Her eyes darted to the doorway behind me, then back to my face. "Please," she begged, "you need to get me out of here. He'll be back soon. He only left to get things." The way she said things made my skin crawl. I reached for my radio. "Dispatch, this is Officer Reynolds. I need immediate backup at 1478 Oakwood Lane. I have a female victim, appears to be assault, possible kidnapping. Suspect may return to the location. Request ambulance as well." Dispatch confirmed and said units were en route. ETA 12 minutes. Too long. I turned back to the woman. "Can you tell me your name?" "Beth," she whispered. "Beth Connor." The name hit me like a punch to the gut. Beth Connor had gone missing 3 weeks ago. Her face had been on flyers all over town, but the case wasn't mine. I'd just seen the bulletins. "Beth, I'm going to get you out of here, okay? Can you walk?" She nodded weakly. I helped her to her feet, noticing how she winced with every movement. That's when I saw the chain, a metal cuff around her ankle, connected to a length of heavy chain that disappeared behind the refrigerator. Jesus, I muttered, examining it. Do you know where the key is? She shook her head. He keeps it with him, always. I was about to radio in this new information when we both froze at the sound of tires on gravel outside. Beth's entire body went rigid with terror. He's back, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Please don't let him. Take me again. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. Stay here, I told her, drawing my weapon. Backup is coming. I won't let him hurt you. I moved back through the hallway toward the front of the house, staying close to the wall. Through the grimy front window, I could see headlights had pulled up behind my cruiser. A car door slammed. I positioned myself near the front door, weapon ready. Pinecrest Police, I shouted. Identify yourself. Silence, then footsteps on the porch steps. The door pushed open wider, and a man stepped in. In the dim light, I could make out a tall figure, maybe 6 feet, wearing dark clothes. When my flashlight beam hit his face, I nearly took a step back. He didn't look like what I expected. Clean cut, maybe 40, could have been anyone's neighbor or co-worker, except for his eyes. They were completely calm, almost empty, like a shark's. Officer, he said pleasantly, like we were meeting at a barbecue. Is there a problem? I kept my weapon trained on him. Put your hands where I can see them and get down on your knees. He smiled, not moving. I think there's been a misunderstanding. This is private property. I said on your knees now, I barked, trying to mask my inexperience with authority. His smile faded slightly. You found her, didn't you? My Beth. She's always making up stories. Mental health issues, you know. I've been taking care of her. The casual way he said it made my blood run cold. Sir, I'm not going to ask again. On the ground, hands behind your head. His eyes flicked past me, down the hallway. Did she tell you she was kidnapped? That I hurt her? He chuckled. Beth, he called out, come tell the nice officer the truth. From the kitchen, I heard Beth let out a terrified sob. His expression darkened. You shouldn't have come here alone, rookie. You have no idea what you've walked into. My radio crackled. Reynolds, backup is 5 minutes out. The man's eyes narrowed at that. 5 minutes is a long time, he said quietly. It happened so fast. He reached behind his back and training took over. Hands where I can see them, I shouted. He lunged forward instead. I don't even remember pulling the trigger, just the deafening bang in the confined space and the smell of gunpowder. He staggered, a look of surprise on his face, then collapsed forward. I kept my weapon trained on him as I approached cautiously. No weapon visible. I'd hit him center mass. He was still breathing, but labored. I kicked away a set of keys that had fallen from his pocket and secured them before radioing in an officer-involved shooting. The next hour was chaos. Patrol cars, ambulance, crime scene techs. Beth was taken to the hospital. The man, later identified as Edward Mercer, was pronounced dead at the scene. And I was escorted to the station for the inevitable questioning that follows any officer-involved shooting. It wasn't until the next day that I learned the full story. The keys I'd secured opened not just Beth's restraints, but a hidden cellar door we found behind a bookcase in the house. Down there, investigators discovered evidence connecting Mercer to 3 other disappearances over the past 2 years. Photos, personal belongings, journals detailing what he'd done to them. They never found the bodies. I was cleared in the shooting, even commended for my actions. But no commendation can erase what I saw in that cellar, or the look in Mercer's eyes when he realized I'd found Beth. There was no humanity there, just emptiness, like looking into a void. I still patrol Pinecrest, still work the night shift, but now I see our quiet town differently. I notice the abandoned properties, the strangers passing through, the cars parked where they shouldn't be. I check on the elderly residents and actually listen when someone reports something unusual, because now I know the truth. Evil doesn't announce itself. It looks like your neighbor, your friend, the guy who always waves from his porch. It hides in plain sight, waiting for an opportunity. And sometimes the only thing standing between that evil and another victim is someone willing to walk into an abandoned house in the middle of the night. Beth is doing better now, from what I hear. Moved out of state to be with family. She sent me a thank you card last month. Just a simple note. You saved my life that night. I'll never forget. Neither will I. I still have nightmares about what might have happened if I'd waited for backup, or if I'd dismissed the call as just another false alarm. Or worse, what if I'd never gotten that call at all? Every night when I put on my badge and get into my cruiser, I remember what was hiding in that house at 1478 Oakwood Lane. And I wonder what else might be hiding in the dark corners of our town, waiting to be discovered. Story 15. I've never shared this with anyone before. Not my family, not my friends, nobody. But I can't keep carrying this around anymore. What I experienced that night on Old Mill Road has been eating away at me for months, and I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. Back in October, I was going through a really rough patch. My girlfriend of 3 years had just left me, work was piling up, and my anxiety was through the roof. I needed to get away, just me, my car, and the open road. No destination in mind, no itinerary, just driving until I felt like I could breathe again. I packed a small duffel bag on Friday morning, just some clothes, my phone charger, and a few snacks. I called in sick to work, something I never do, and hit the road by 9 a.m. It felt good, you know? Windows down, music up, the weight lifting off my shoulders with each mile marker I passed. By late afternoon, I was somewhere in the western part of the state, an area I'd never explored before. Rolling hills, dense forests, small towns that weren't even on my GPS. The fall colors were incredible, deep reds and bright yellows against the darkening sky. I stopped for gas at this tiny station that looked straight out of the 1970s, one of those places with the mechanical pumps that click as they count the gallons. While I was filling up, this old guy came out to check the oil. Must have been in his 70s, with leathery skin and eyes that had seen a lot. He asked where I was headed, and I told him nowhere in particular, just driving. Well, stick to the main roads around here, he said, wiping his hands on a rag that was probably once white. Some of these back roads ain't meant for outsiders, especially after dark. I nodded and smiled, but didn't think much of it. Small town folks are always warning city people about something or other. I paid for my gas and a coffee, then got back on the road. As the sun started setting, I spotted this small, weathered sign for something called Old Mill Road. It wasn't on my GPS, but something about it caught my attention. Maybe it was the way the last rays of sunlight hit the faded lettering, or maybe it was just my restless mind wanting something interesting to break up the drive. Either way, I made the turn. The pavement quickly gave way to gravel, and then to a rutted dirt path that had my car bouncing and shuddering. Thick trees crowded in on both sides, their branches creating a canopy that blocked out what little daylight remained. I should have turned around then. Why didn't I turn around? About 20 minutes down this road, the trees suddenly opened up into a clearing. And there it was, an old mill silhouetted against the darkening sky. It was massive, 4 or 5 stories of weathered wood and broken windows. A large water wheel sat motionless at one side, half submerged in a creek that ran alongside the building. I stopped the car and cut the engine. The silence was immediate and complete. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of the creek. Just nothing. I remember checking my phone, no signal of course, and noting that it was just past 7 p.m. Still plenty of time to explore before it got completely dark, I thought. I grabbed my phone for the flashlight and stepped out of the car. The air felt different, heavier somehow, like right before a thunderstorm. But the sky was clear, with the first stars just becoming visible. The temperature had dropped too, enough that I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. As I approached the mill, I noticed a small plaque near what must have been the main entrance. It was so tarnished I had to use my flashlight to read it. Blackwater Mill, ST 1872, closed 1943. Below that, someone had scratched something else, but it was too damaged to make out completely. Just the word "trapped" was visible. The door was hanging half off its hinges, creaking slightly, though there wasn't any breeze. I hesitated there, suddenly aware of how stupid this was. Exploring an abandoned building in the middle of nowhere, alone, at dusk. Every horror movie ever made was screaming warnings in my head. But I went in anyway. The inside was surprisingly intact. Huge machines, looms I think, stood in rows like sleeping giants. Dust covered everything in a thick layer except, and this was the first thing that really unsettled me, there were what looked like fresh footprints in the dust, lots of them going in all directions. I moved deeper into the building, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. On one wall was a collection of black and white photographs in broken frames. They showed workers standing beside the machines, men, women, even children with solemn faces. Their eyes seemed to follow me as I moved past. That's when I heard it, a whisper. So faint I almost convinced myself it was just the wind finding its way through the broken windows. But then it came again, clearer this time. "Help us." I froze, my heart suddenly hammering in my chest. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the vast space. "Is someone there? We're trapped." The voice was closer now, though I couldn't tell which direction it was coming from. It sounded wrong somehow, like someone trying to remember how to speak after years of silence. "Where are you?" I called, spinning in place, my flashlight beam dancing wildly across the abandoned machinery. "Down here, always down here." The voice was coming from a stairwell I hadn't noticed before, leading down into darkness. Against every instinct of self-preservation, I moved toward it. The stairs were wooden and rotted in places. I tested each one before putting my full weight on it. The temperature dropped noticeably with each step down. By the time I reached the bottom, I was shivering violently, and my breath came out in thick white plumes. My flashlight beam seemed weaker too, barely penetrating the heavy darkness. The basement was one large room filled with more machinery, but different from upstairs, cruder, more menacing somehow. Large metal gears and chains hung from the ceiling. The floor was concrete, stained dark in places. The whispers were all around me now, not just one voice but many, overlapping and desperate. "Help us. We're trapped. Don't let it take you too. The mill feeds." I backed up against a wall, my flashlight darting from corner to corner. "Who's there? Show yourselves." And they did. They emerged from the shadows, pale, gaunt figures with hollow eyes. Men and women in tattered clothes that might once have been work uniforms. Their skin had a translucent quality, and I could see the outline of the machinery behind them. One stepped forward, or floated really. A man in his 30s maybe, with a crushing injury where his right arm should have been. "You shouldn't have come," he said, his voice like dry leaves scraping across concrete. "But now that you're here, you can help us." "What? What do you want?" managed to ask, though my throat felt like it was closing up with fear. "Freedom," another voice said, a young woman with half her face missing. "We're bound to the mill, trapped by the accident." "What accident?" I was pressing myself so hard against the wall I could feel the rough wood splintering through my jacket. 1943, said an old man, his neck bent at an impossible angle. "The mill owner knew the main gear was failing, too expensive to fix," he said. "Then it broke. 37 of us died when the machinery collapsed." "The mill owner buried it all," the first man continued. "Paid off the authorities. We were forgotten. Our bodies were never recovered, just sealed in when they closed the place down. And now we're trapped. The mill won't let us go." As he spoke, I became aware of a low, grinding noise that seemed to come from the walls themselves. The machinery, which I had assumed was long dead, began to move. Gears turned slowly, chains rattled, and the whole building seemed to groan like it was waking up. "The mill feeds on fear," the woman whispered, "on pain, on trapped souls. It's been waiting for someone new." They started moving toward me, their expressions changing from pleading to something more predatory. Their eyes, God, their eyes, began to glow with a dull red light. "Just one more," they whispered in unison. "Just one more, and we'll be free." I ran. I dropped my flashlight and just ran, scrambling up the rotting stairs so fast I felt them giving way beneath me. Behind me, the voices changed from whispers to screams of rage. The temperature plummeted further, and I could see ice forming on the handrail as I gripped it. When I reached the main floor, the door that I'd come in through was closed. I was sure I'd left it open. I yanked at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The whispers were getting louder, closer. I could feel cold breath on the back of my neck. "Please," I begged, pulling at the door with all my strength. "Please open." Something touched my shoulder. A hand, but wrong somehow. Too light, too cold, like being brushed with frozen cobwebs. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The whispers had become a cacophony now, dozens of voices all around me. "Stay with us. Take our place. The mill needs you. We've been here so long." I was crying now, still yanking desperately at the door, when suddenly, without any warning, it swung open. I nearly fell forward with the unexpected release, then bolted through the opening into the night air. I ran to my car, fumbling with the keys so badly I dropped them twice before managing to unlock the door. The engine started on the first try, thank God, and I reversed so fast I nearly hit a tree. As I was turning the car around, my headlights swept across the front of the mill. They were there, pressed against every window, their pale faces distorted with rage and desperation. Dozens of them, maybe more, their hands clawing at the glass, mouths open in silent screams. I floored it down that dirt road, the car bouncing so violently I bit my tongue. Blood filled my mouth, warm and metallic. I didn't slow down until I hit pavement again, and even then I kept checking my rearview mirror, terrified of what might be following me. It was only when I reached the main highway that I finally allowed myself to breathe. I drove straight through the night, stopping only for gas, and didn't feel safe until I saw the sun rising. I've looked up Blackwater Mill since then. There are a few brief mentions in historical records. It was a textile mill that closed suddenly in 1943. No mention of any accident, no list of casualties, just another forgotten piece of history. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, certain I can hear whispers in my apartment. Sometimes I think I see pale faces at the edge of my vision, watching me with hollow eyes. And sometimes, when it's very quiet, I swear I can hear the slow, grinding sound of old machinery coming back to life. I don't know why the door opened when it did. I don't know why I was allowed to leave when so many others apparently weren't. All I know is that some roads should never be traveled, some places should never be disturbed. Old Mill Road doesn't appear on any maps I've found. I've tried to locate it again, just to prove to myself that it really happened, but I can't find that turnoff. Maybe that's for the best. But I know it's out there, and inside that mill, those spirits are still waiting, still trapped, still hungry for someone to take their place. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if I truly escaped at all, or if part of me is still there, trapped with them forever in that endless darkness. Story 16. I've been sitting on this experience for nearly 3 weeks now, trying to make sense of it all. I'm still not sleeping well. Every time I close my eyes, I see those markings, that smile, those eyes. God, those eyes. I need to get this out somewhere, even if no one believes me. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or has some explanation that doesn't make me feel like I'm losing my mind. I hadn't spoken to my brother Ethan in almost 4 years. We had a falling out after our parents died, disagreements about the estate, old childhood resentments bubbling up, the usual family drama that splits siblings apart. So when my phone lit up with his name at 2 in the morning on a Tuesday, I almost didn't answer. Something told me I should, though. Maybe some deeply buried brotherly instinct. "David, are you there?" His voice was thin, shaky. I'd never heard Ethan sound like that before. He's always been the composed one, the logical engineer who scoffed at my creative career in graphic design. "Yeah, I'm here. It's the middle of the night, Ethan. What's going on?" "I need you to come to the house, Mom and Dad's old place." His words came out in rushed bursts, like he was afraid of being overheard. "I found something that shouldn't be here." "The house? I thought we sold that place years ago." Our parents' home in rural Massachusetts had been empty for nearly 5 years. The realtor had trouble selling it. Too remote, too old, too much work needed. Last I heard, Ethan was handling the property since he still lived in the area. We never sold it. I've been living here for the past few months. That caught me off guard. Ethan had a nice condo in Boston. Why would he move to our childhood home in the middle of nowhere? The place was a nightmare, a crumbling Victorian on 20 acres of dense woodland, at least 30 minutes from the nearest town. I'd always hated it growing up. It felt wrong somehow, too quiet, too isolated, like the forest was watching us. "Why would you move back there?" I asked. "Just come, David. Please. I don't think I can explain this over the phone." His voice cracked. I don't think anyone would believe me. I should have said no. I had deadlines, responsibilities, but something in his voice scared me. Ethan doesn't scare easily. "I'll be there tomorrow afternoon," I said. The drive from my apartment in New York took just over 4 hours. With each passing mile, my stomach knotted tighter. I hadn't been back to that house since the funeral. As I turned onto the long gravel driveway, the trees closed in around me, blocking out the October sunlight. The forest had grown wilder in the years since we left, encroaching on the property like it was trying to reclaim the land. The house looked worse than I remembered. Paint peeling, shutters hanging crooked, porch sagging. My headlights caught Ethan standing on the front steps, his silhouette gaunt against the faded red door. He looked terrible. Hair unwashed, clothes rumpled, dark circles under his eyes like bruises. "You look like shit," I said as I got out of the car. He didn't smile. I haven't slept in days. The inside of the house smelled musty, like old books and damp wood. Most of our parents' furniture was still there, draped in white sheets like ghosts. But something else caught my attention immediately. Several doors throughout the house had been chained shut from the outside, heavy padlocks glinting in the dim light. "What's with the chains?" I asked. Ethan ignored the question. "Come with me. I need to show you something." He led me through the house, past the kitchen with its outdated appliances, down the main hallway lined with faded wallpaper. We reached the end of the hall, and I stopped cold. There was a door there, a heavy wooden door with a black iron handle. "This wasn't here before," I said, certain of it. I'd grown up in this house. I knew every creaking floorboard, every drafty window. This door had never existed. "That's what I thought too," Ethan said. His hands were shaking as he pulled a key from his pocket. "But it was here when I moved in. I assumed it had always been here and I just forgot." "No way. This is new. Someone built this." Ethan unlocked the door. "That's what I thought. But look at the woodwork, the hinges. They're old, David. Really old. Older than the house." He was right. The door looked ancient, the wood darkened with age, the hinges pitted with rust. It looked like it had been there for centuries. "What's behind it?" I asked, though some part of me didn't want to know. "A staircase. It goes down." "Down where? The house doesn't have a basement." Our parents' house had been built on a concrete slab. No basement, no cellar, nothing below. "It does now." Ethan pushed the door open. The hinges didn't make a sound. Behind the door was a narrow staircase carved from stone, spiraling down into darkness. Ethan flicked on a flashlight and started descending. After a moment's hesitation, I followed. The temperature dropped with every step. The air grew thick, hard to breathe. The stone walls were damp to the touch, almost slimy. We must have gone down, at least 3 stories before the stairs ended in a small circular room. The room was maybe 15 feet across, with stone walls like the staircase. The ceiling was low. I had to duck my head slightly. In the center of the room stood a single wooden chair, bolted to the floor. But what caught my attention were the markings covering every inch of the walls. They weren't in any language I recognized, not letters or symbols, but something more organic, like the patterns left by worms in rotting wood, or the veins in a leaf. They seemed to shift slightly when viewed from the corner of my eye, but when I looked directly at them, they were static. "What is this place?" My voice sounded wrong in that room, muffled and distant. "I don't know," Ethan said. "I found it 3 weeks ago. I was doing some repairs on the baseboards and noticed the door. It was unlocked." "Have you tried researching the house history? Maybe there are records." "Don't you think I've tried that?" Ethan snapped. "There's nothing. No record of any construction, no basement in the blueprints. This shouldn't exist." I walked around the room, studying the walls. "And you've been hearing things since you found it?" "Footsteps at night, whispers. Sometimes I'll be sitting upstairs and I'll hear something moving down here, like furniture being dragged across the floor." He gestured to the bolted chair. "But nothing ever moves. We need to call someone, a historian or—" "I did." Ethan's voice rose. "A professor from Boston College came out last week. He took one look at this room and left. Wouldn't even come back for his equipment. Just told me to seal it up and never come back." "Then why are you still here?" I asked. Ethan's face changed then, his expression almost reverent. "Because there's more, David. Something the professor didn't see." He moved to a section of wall directly opposite the entrance. At first glance, it looked the same as the others, stone covered in those strange markings. But as Ethan, Shone his flashlight on it from an angle, I saw what he meant. The wall there seemed to shimmer slightly, like heat rising from pavement. "Watch," Ethan said. He reached out and placed his hand against the wall, but instead of stopping, his hand passed right through, as if the stone wasn't solid at all. "What the hell?" I backed away. "Ethan, this isn't right. We need to get out of here. Don't you want to know what's on the other side?" There was an eager light in his eyes that scared me more than anything else. I've been reaching through for days, but I've never had the courage to go all the way, not alone. "This is insane," I said. "That wall is solid stone. It's a trick of the light, or..." To prove me wrong, Ethan thrust his arm through the wall up to the shoulder. "It's cold on the other side, and big. I can't feel any walls or floor." I approached cautiously, my curiosity overcoming my fear. I reached out and touched the wall where Ethan's arm disappeared into solid stone. It felt cold and slightly yielding, like pressing against a membrane. "See?" Ethan pulled his arm back. "I think it's a doorway of some kind. A portal." "A portal to where?" "I don't know. That's why I called you." He looked at me, desperate. "I need someone else to see this, to confirm I'm not losing my mind." I pressed my hand against the shimmering section. My fingers sank through, meeting no resistance. The sensation was indescribable. Not quite cold, not quite wet, but somewhere in between, like pushing through dense fog. "I think we should seal this place up," I said, withdrawing my hand. "Like the professor said, this isn't normal, Ethan. It's too late for that." His voice had changed, become oddly flat. "I've been hearing them, David. Voices from the other side. They've been calling to me." Before I could react, Ethan lunged forward, pushing his entire body through the wall. I grabbed for him, but my fingers closed on empty air. He was gone. "Ethan!" I shouted. My voice echoed in the small room. "Ethan!" I stood frozen, staring at the wall that had swallowed my brother. The markings around the shimmering section seemed to be moving now, definitely moving, flowing like sluggish water. I should have run. I should have gone for help. Instead, I took a deep breath and pushed through the wall. The sensation was awful, like being submerged in ice water that somehow didn't get you wet. For a moment, I felt completely disoriented, unsure which way was up or down. Then I stumbled forward and found myself in an enormous chamber. It was impossibly vast, far larger than could physically fit beneath our parents' house. I couldn't see the ceiling or walls in the dim light, just endless space stretching into darkness. The floor beneath my feet was smooth stone, different from the rough walls of the circular room. In the center of the chamber, maybe 50 feet from where I stood, was a raised platform of black stone. On it lay Ethan, completely still. "Ethan!" I ran to him, my footsteps echoing strangely. The platform was like an altar, I realized as I got closer, carved with the same weird markings as the walls in the circular room. Ethan's eyes were closed, his breathing shallow. I shook him, trying to wake him. "Ethan, come on. We need to get out of here." His eyes snapped open, but they weren't his eyes anymore. They were completely black, like holes in his face. No whites, no iris, just empty darkness. I stumbled back, nearly falling off the platform. "Ethan?" He sat up slowly, movements jerky and unnatural. When he spoke, his voice was wrong, deeper, with a strange resonance that made my teeth ache. "Your brother is here, but I am also here now." The thing wearing Ethan's face smiled. "We have waited so long for someone to find us again." "What are you?" I backed away as Ethan, or whatever was inside him, stood up. We are the forgotten, the buried, the ones who dwelled here long before your kind built your wooden boxes above us. He stretched Ethan's arms, examining them like new clothes. This vessel is acceptable. Through him we can finally return. Let him go, I said, though I had no idea how to enforce such a demand. He's my brother. He came willingly. He heard our call for weeks, yet resisted. But in the end, curiosity won. The thing in Ethan looked at me with those horrible black eyes, as it did with you. The chamber began to change around us. The darkness receded, revealing walls covered in the same flowing markings I'd seen in the small room. But these were glowing with a sickly greenish light, pulsing like they were alive. "What is this place?" I asked, unable to look away from the hypnotic movement of the markings. A threshold, a waiting room. Not Ethan smiled wider than a human mouth should be able to. And now, a birthplace. The floor beneath me began to tremble. The walls seemed to be moving, contracting inward. The markings glowed brighter, casting Ethan's face in that nauseating green light. "It's too late to run," the thing said, noticing my glance toward where I'd entered. "The way is closed now. You opened the door that was sealed for centuries. You woke what was sleeping." I bolted anyway, sprinting back toward where I thought the entrance was. But the chamber had changed. There was no shimmering wall, no exit at all. Just endless stone covered in those writhing markings. Behind me, Ethan, or the thing inside him, began to laugh. The sound reverberated throughout the chamber, seeming to come from all directions at once. The floor shook harder, and I lost my footing, crashing to my knees. The markings on the walls were definitely moving now, flowing down like liquid to pool on the floor. The greenish substance crept toward me, thin tendrils reaching out like searching fingers. I scrambled backward, but there was nowhere to go. The chamber was contracting, the walls closing in. At the center, Ethan stood on the altar, arms spread wide, that unnatural smile still fixed on his face. "They're coming back now," he said, voice echoing strangely. "The ones who were here before, the ones who were buried, and you, David, will be the first to witness their return." The last thing I saw before the darkness swallowed me completely was Ethan's face, his black eyes reflecting the sickly green glow as the walls closed in around us. I woke up 3 days later in my car, parked in the driveway of our parents' house. No sign of Ethan. The house was empty, abandoned. The door at the end of the hallway was gone, just smooth wall where it had been. I've been back twice with contractors, police, even a paranormal investigator. No one finds anything unusual. No hidden rooms, no stone staircase. Ethan is officially a missing person now. But I know he's not missing. He's still there, somewhere behind the walls with those things. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I hear his voice, or what used to be his voice, whispering that they're still coming, still reaching, and that they remember me. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to tell. All I know is that something ancient has awakened beneath my childhood home, and my brother helped set it free. Story 17. I've never shared this before, but I can't keep it bottled up anymore. What happened that night on Mill Creek Road has completely changed how I feel about driving alone. It's been 3 months, and I still get sweaty palms when I see headlights behind me after dark. I work at Wegmans, a grocery store on the outskirts of Erie, Pennsylvania. Nothing special about my job. I stock shelves, help customers find organic quinoa, and occasionally clean up spills in aisle 7. That Tuesday night in October, I was beyond exhausted after pulling a double shift because Jake called in sick again. By the time I clocked out at 11:30, my feet were throbbing, and all I wanted was my bed. The parking lot was nearly empty when I trudged to my beat-up Honda Civic. Just a few employee cars and the flickering lights from the store sign casting weird shadows across the asphalt. I remember noticing how the temperature had dropped while I was working. Typical Pennsylvania fall weather, where it feels like summer during the day and suddenly switches to freezing at night. I sat in my car for a minute, blasting the heat and scrolling through my phone before heading out. My apartment was about 20 minutes away, but I knew a shortcut through the backcountry roads that would shave off 5 minutes or so. Normally I stuck to the main roads, but it was late, I was tired, and those 5 minutes suddenly felt crucial. So I turned onto Mill Creek Road. For anyone not familiar with rural Pennsylvania, these back roads are pitch black at night. I mean absolutely no streetlights, houses spaced miles apart, and dense woods pressing in from both sides. The road itself is barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass, with crumbling shoulders that drop off into shallow ditches. The first few minutes of the drive were peaceful. I had the radio playing softly, some late-night talk show that I wasn't really listening to, and the heater was finally warming up my frozen fingers. The moon was just a sliver that night, barely cutting through the darkness. My headlights carved a tunnel through the black, illuminating the yellow center line and not much else. That's when I saw it. Something darted across the road about 50 feet ahead. It was so quick I almost didn't register it. Just a dark shape moving from the right side of the road to the left, disappearing into the trees. My first thought was deer, since they're everywhere out there, but it didn't move like a deer. It was lower to the ground and faster. Maybe a coyote. I slowed down slightly, scanning the roadside, worried it might double back. That's when I noticed the headlights in my rearview mirror. They appeared out of nowhere, bright and high off the ground, definitely an SUV or truck. I hadn't passed anyone, and I was positive no one had been behind me when I turned onto Mill Creek. The vehicle was far back, but closing the distance quickly. Too quickly. I glanced at my speedometer. I was doing about 45 on a road marked for 35. This vehicle was moving much faster. I'm not normally paranoid. I've had people tailgate me before, and usually I just move over and let them pass. But something about this felt wrong. The way those headlights suddenly appeared, how rapidly they were gaining on me, and the fact that we were completely alone on this deserted stretch of road, it made my skin crawl. I sped up to 50, then 55. The Honda protested, the engine whining as I pushed it harder than I should have on this twisty road. But the headlights kept pace, staying about the same distance behind me. I watched the mirror more than the road ahead, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. When the SUV's high beams flashed on, flooding my car with harsh light, I actually gasped out loud. The glare was blinding in my mirrors, forcing me to adjust them downward. I could no longer see who was driving or even make out the exact model of the vehicle, just those piercing headlights boring into my car. I reached for my phone to call someone, anyone, but realized with a sinking feeling that my battery was at 2%. I'd forgotten to charge it during my shift. Stupid mistake. And out here on Mill Creek, cell service was spotty at best. My mind raced through options. Speed up more? My car was already struggling. Pull over? Hell no. Try to find a house or business? Nothing was open at this hour, and the few farmhouses were set far back from the road, down long private driveways. Then I remembered Old Pete's Diner. It had closed down years ago, but the building was still there, just sitting empty at the intersection of Mill Creek and Route 8. If I could make it there, I could pull into the parking lot. Maybe the SUV would just pass by, or at least there would be more space to maneuver if things got worse. I pressed the gas pedal to the floor, taking the curves faster than I should have. The Honda's tires squealed in protest as I rounded a particularly sharp bend. My headlights swept across a weathered sign, Route 8, 1 mile. Just 1 more mile to the abandoned diner. The SUV matched my speed, maintaining that same eerie distance. Not close enough to bump me, but never falling back either. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. The radio host's voice seemed to fade into white noise as my focus narrowed to the road ahead and those relentless headlights behind. I nearly missed the turn for the diner. The old sign was half collapsed, the parking lot cracked with weeds growing through. I yanked the wheel hard, the Honda fishtailing as I swerved into the empty lot. I pulled around to the back of the building, hoping the cinder block structure would shield me from view of the road. For a brief, beautiful moment, I thought my plan had worked. The headlights disappeared from my mirrors. I killed my engine and sat in silence, trying to control my breathing, listening for the sound of the SUV continuing down Mill Creek Road. Instead, I heard tires on gravel. The SUV had followed me into the lot. My blood turned to ice as those high beams swept across the back of the diner, searching until they found my car tucked against the building. The vehicle pulled in behind me, effectively blocking my exit. I couldn't see past the blinding lights, couldn't make out who was driving or how many people were inside. Then the SUV's driver's door opened. I locked my doors immediately, fumbling for my keys to restart the engine. My hands were shaking so badly, I dropped them onto the floor mat. As I bent to retrieve them, I heard footsteps on the gravel. Slow, deliberate footsteps approaching my car. When I sat back up, keys finally in hand, there was a figure standing just outside my driver's side window. The high beams from behind cast him in silhouette, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing what looked like a dark coat or jacket. I couldn't make out his face clearly, but what I could see made my stomach lurch. He was smiling, not a normal smile, but something stretched and wrong, like his mouth was too wide for his face. He tapped on my window with something metallic, not his finger, maybe a ring or a knife. I couldn't tell and didn't want to know. "Let me in, will you?" The voice was oddly cheerful, but with something rotten underneath. "I promise I won't bite." Then he laughed. It was the laugh that broke me, high-pitched and bubbling, like something was funny that only he could see. Like my terror was the punchline to a joke I didn't understand. I jammed the key into the ignition and the Honda roared to life. The man slapped his palm against my window, his face contorting from that stretched smile into something furious. I threw the car into reverse, then realized I couldn't back up with the SUV blocking me. Instead, I cranked the wheel hard and gunned it forward, bumping over the curb and onto a grassy area beside the diner. In my rear view, I saw the man running back to his vehicle. I didn't wait to see more. I crashed through some overgrown bushes, found the diner's side entrance to the lot, and fishtailed back onto Mill Creek Road, heading toward Route 8 and civilization. The SUV's engine roared behind me, headlights once again filling my mirrors. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the car on the road. I was crying now, not even trying to hide it, fat tears rolling down my cheeks as I pushed my poor car to its limits. Route 8 appeared ahead, blessed with streetlights and the occasional passing car. I turned right, heading north toward the 24-hour Sunoco station, about 2 miles up. The SUV followed, still matching my speed, still those same high beams burning into my mirrors. The Sunoco sign glowed like a beacon in the night. I swerved into the lot, tires screeching, and pulled right up to the front door. An older man in a Sunoco uniform looked up from behind the counter, startled by my dramatic entrance. The SUV pulled in right behind me. I fumbled with my door handle, nearly falling out of the car in my rush to get inside the station. The attendant was already moving toward the door, concern written across his weathered face. I must have looked absolutely terrified. "Please help me," I gasped as I burst through the door. "That car, that person, they've been following me from Mill Creek Road." The attendant, his name tag read Hank, looked past me to where the SUV idled in the lot. Without hesitation, he reached under the counter and pulled out a baseball bat. "Stay inside," he told me, his voice calm but firm. He walked outside, bat in hand, and stood directly in front of the store entrance. I watched through the glass doors as the driver's side of the SUV opened again. The same tall figure emerged, still wearing that dark coat. From this angle, with the station's fluorescent lights, I could finally see him clearly. He was pale, with dark hair slicked back from his forehead. And that smile, that horrible too-wide smile, was still fixed on his face. Hank raised the bat slightly, a clear warning. "Station's under surveillance," he called out, gesturing to the security cameras mounted above the pumps. "Police are one button away. You best move along now." For a moment, the man just stood there, his gaze sliding from Hank to me, visible through the glass doors. His smile dimmed slightly, but didn't disappear entirely. He said something I couldn't hear, then slowly got back into his SUV. Instead of driving away immediately, he sat there for what felt like forever, engine running, headlights illuminating Hank's unflinching form. Then, with a sudden squeal of tires, the SUV reversed, swung around, and peeled out of the lot, heading south on Route 8. Hank came back inside, locking the door behind him. "You okay, kid?" he asked, setting the bat on the counter. I nodded, even though I wasn't okay at all. My legs felt like they might give out any second. "You're not the first," Hank said quietly, pouring me a cup of coffee from the pot behind the counter. "That stretch of Mill Creek? Bad things happen there after dark. Most locals know to avoid it." I stayed at the Sunoco until sunrise, calling in sick to my morning shift. Hank let me sit behind the counter with him, making small talk to distract me while keeping a watchful eye on the parking lot. The SUV never returned. I don't take shortcuts anymore. I stick to main roads, well lit and populated, no matter how tired I am. I've never seen that SUV or its driver again, but sometimes when I'm driving at night and headlights appear in my mirror, I feel my heart rate spike and my palms go slick with sweat. I still don't know who he was or what he wanted. Was he just some psycho looking for an easy target? Or was there something more to it? Something connected to that dark shape I saw darting across the road right before he appeared? I haven't driven down Mill Creek Road since that night. According to Hank, I'm not the only one with a story about being followed there after dark. The locals have their theories. Some say it's just criminals looking to rob travelers. Others whisper about cults in the woods. And a few old-timers talk about things that have supposedly haunted those roads since long before cars existed. All I know is that some roads are best traveled in daylight, with doors locked and a full tank of gas. Some places in this world hide dangers best left undisturbed, and sometimes those dangers decide to follow you home. Story 18. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me on that stretch of West Texas Highway 2 years ago. Halloween night 2021, I've been driving trucks for nearly 15 years, and nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever come close to what I experienced. I haul farm equipment across the Southwest, and that night I was transporting a combine harvester from Amarillo to El Paso. The route takes you through some of the most desolate stretches of highway in the country. Miles and miles of nothing but flat land, tumbleweeds, and darkness. Most nights, I actually enjoy the solitude. Not that night. I'd been on the road since early afternoon and was making good time despite the unusually heavy fog that had settled in. Around midnight, my fuel gauge was getting low, so I pulled into this rundown gas station, one of those places that looks like it hasn't been updated since the 70s. Single pump, flickering fluorescent light, and a small convenience store with bars on the windows. The moment I stepped out of my cab, something felt wrong. The air was dead still, but I could have sworn I felt something brush against the back of my neck. I looked around, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Just my truck and an empty parking lot. The station attendant barely acknowledged me when I went in to pay, just stared through me with bloodshot eyes. Didn't say a word, just took my money and nodded. Back at my truck, I couldn't shake this feeling of being watched. You know that prickly sensation on the back of your neck? Like that, but 10 times worse. I scanned the darkness surrounding the station, and for a split second, I thought I saw something move in the shadows by the dumpster. I chalked it up to road fatigue and got back in my truck. About 15 minutes after leaving the station, I saw him for the first time. A tall figure standing motionless on the shoulder of the road. My headlights caught him just as I approached. A man in dark clothes, unnaturally still. I slowed down instinctively, thinking it might be someone who needed help, but as my truck passed him, I noticed his eyes. They seemed to glow in my side mirror, reflecting my taillights with an intensity that made my stomach drop. I'm not a nervous person, but something about those eyes made my hands shake on the wheel. I remember checking my mirrors obsessively after that, watching the figure disappear into the darkness behind me. That should have been the end of it. Just a weird hitchhiker, right? But that's when things started happening to my truck. The dashboard lights began flickering, not all at once, but in a pattern that seemed almost deliberate. The engine, which had been running perfectly all day, started to sputter and lose power. I figured maybe I'd gotten some bad diesel at that last station. But then the radio turned itself on. Not to any station, just static at first, then something that sounded like breathing. Deep, ragged breathing coming through my speakers. I hit the power button, but it wouldn't turn off. The breathing got louder, and I swear I could feel the temperature in the cab dropping. My breath started fogging in front of my face. In October, in Texas. I pulled over onto the shoulder, my hands shaking so bad I could barely grip the wheel. I shut off the engine, and the silence that followed was worse than the breathing. It was like the whole world had gone quiet. No wind, no distant traffic, nothing. Just me, sitting there in complete stillness. That's when I felt it. The sensation of someone sitting in the passenger seat next to me. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't help myself. When I turned my head, the seat was empty, but the leather was compressed as if someone was sitting there. The indentation deepened as I watched, like someone was leaning back, getting comfortable. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I caught movement in my sleeper cab through the rearview mirror. Just a shadow shifting in the darkness behind my seat. I'm not ashamed to admit I bolted from that truck like a scared kid. Standing on the shoulder, breathing hard, I stared at my rig. Everything looked normal, from the outside. No movement, nothing unusual. After about 10 minutes of standing in the cold, feeling like an idiot, I convinced myself it was exhaustion playing tricks on me. Halloween night, alone on a dark highway, my mind was just conjuring up scary stories. I got back in, started the engine, and pulled back onto the highway. 20 minutes later, he was there again. The same man, standing on the shoulder about a half mile ahead of me. Impossible. There's no way he could have gotten ahead of me. I hadn't passed any vehicles, and there was nowhere for him to hide on that open stretch of road. As I got closer, I could make out more details. Tall, gaunt face, wearing what looked like an old denim jacket and dark pants. His posture was wrong somehow, too rigid, like he wasn't quite human. And those eyes again, reflecting my headlights with an unnatural brightness. I sped up, determined to pass him quickly, but as I did, I heard a tapping sound from the back of my cab. Tap, 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 like fingernails on glass. I checked my mirrors but couldn't see anything. The tapping continued, getting louder, more insistent. Then I heard a voice, a low, gravelly sound that seemed to come from right beside me. Need a ride? I nearly drove off the road, because when I glanced to my right, he was there, the man from the roadside, sitting in my passenger seat, staring straight ahead. I looked back at the road for just a second, and when I looked at the seat again, it was empty. But in my rear-view mirror, I could see him crouched in my sleeper cab, staring at me. His eyes weren't glowing anymore. They were black, empty holes in his face. I blinked, and he was gone again. I pulled over immediately, nearly skidding off the road in my panic. This time I grabbed my flashlight before getting out. I swept the beam across the empty highway, then slowly approached my truck. I checked the cab first, empty. Then I walked around to inspect the trailer, shining my light along the sides. That's when I saw it, scratched into the metal of my trailer, in letters about 3 inches high. Need a ride? The scratches looked fresh, the metal still shiny where it had been carved away. I reached out to touch it, and as my fingers brushed the letters, I felt a cold hand grip my shoulder from behind. I spun around, but there was nobody there. Just the empty highway and the sound of my own ragged breathing. I don't remember getting back in my truck. I just remember driving, white-knuckled, for the next several hours. The whispers never stopped, always just on the edge of hearing, like someone was leaning close to my ear and murmuring words I couldn't quite make out. Sometimes I'd catch phrases, long drive ahead, or just you and me now, or we've got all night. The worst part was the constant feeling of being watched. Every time I checked my mirrors, I expected to see him again. Sometimes I did, just a glimpse of that gaunt face, those black eyes, before he'd vanish again. Other times, I'd feel the seat beside me shift and depress, like someone was settling in for the ride. I didn't stop driving until dawn broke. I pulled into a truck stop outside of Van Horn, my hands cramped from gripping the wheel so tight. My clothes were soaked with sweat despite the cold. I stumbled into the diner, ordered coffee, and tried to pull myself together. An old-timer at the counter must have noticed the state I was in. He slid onto the stool next to mine and asked if I'd come from the east. When I nodded, he just shook his head slowly. Halloween night on that stretch, he said quietly. Happens every year. Some poor bastard always sees him. My blood ran cold. Who? The hitchhiker. Been haunting that stretch since the 80s. Story goes he was walking home one night when a truck hit him. Driver never stopped, and he died out there alone in the dark. Now he's always looking for a ride. I told him what happened to me. The scratches on my trailer, the voice, everything. The old man wasn't surprised. You're not the first, he said. But here's the thing that scares most drivers off that route. Once he gets in your cab, he never really leaves. It's been 2 years since that night. I still drive the same routes, haul the same equipment, but never on Halloween. I've tried to convince myself it was just exhaustion, or maybe someone played an elaborate prank on me. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. The scratches on my trailer were still there the next morning. I had them buffed out, but sometimes, in certain lights, I can still see the faint outline of those words. The worst part is, sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror, just for a second. A face watching me from the darkness of my sleeper cab, and the temperature will drop just a few degrees. I've thought about quitting, selling my rig, finding another line of work, but this is all I know. So I keep driving, keep checking my mirrors, and hope that whoever got in my truck that night decides to finally get out at the next stop. But deep down, I know what the old-timers said was true. Once he gets in, he never leaves. And sometimes, late at night, I still hear that whisper. Need a ride?